Love Letters from Mr. Darcy, a Pride and Prejudice novella, written by J. Dawn King, narrated by Janie Meisberger. Pride and Prejudice, The Proposal Scene, Book 2, Chapter 34, by Jane Austen. In vain have I struggled. It will not do. My feelings will not be repressed. You must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire and love you. Elizabeth's astonishment was beyond expression. She stared, coloured, doubted, and was silent. This he considered sufficient encouragement, and the avowal of all that he felt and had long felt for her immediately followed. He spoke well, but there were feelings besides those of the heart to be detailed, and he was not more eloquent on the subject of tenderness than of pride. His sense of her inferiority, of its being a degradation, of the family obstacles which judgment had always opposed to inclination, were dwelt on with a warmth which seemed due to the consequence he was wounding, but was very unlikely to recommend his suit. In spite of her deeply rooted dislike, she could not be insensible to the compliment of such a man's affection, and though her intentions did not vary for an instant, she was at first sorry for the pain he was to receive, till roused to resentment by his subsequent language, she lost all compassion in anger. She tried, however, to compose herself to answer him with patience, when he should have done. He concluded with representing to her the strength of that attachment which, in spite of all his endeavours, he had found impossible to conquer, and with expressing his hope that it would now be rewarded by her acceptance of his hand. As he said this, she could easily see that he had no doubt of a favourable answer. He spoke of apprehension and anxiety, but his countenance expressed real security. Such a circumstance could only exasperate farther, and when he ceased, the colour rose into her cheeks, and she said, "In such cases as this, it is, I believe, the established mode to express a sense of obligation for the sentiments avowed, however unequally they may be returned. It is natural that obligation should be felt, and if I could feel gratitude, I would now thank you. But I cannot. I have never desired your good opinion, and you have certainly bestowed it most unwillingly. I am sorry to have occasioned pain to anyone. It has been most unconsciously done, however, and I hope will be of short duration. The feelings which, you tell me, have long prevented the acknowledgment of your regard can have little difficulty in overcoming it after this explanation." Mr. Darcy, who was leaning against the mantelpiece with his eyes fixed on her face, seemed to catch her words with no less resentment than surprise. His complexion became pale with anger, and the disturbance of his mind was visible in every feature. He was struggling for the appearance of composure, and would not open his lips till he believed himself to have attained it. The pause was to Elizabeth's feelings dreadful. At length, in a voice of forced calmness, he said, "And this is all the reply which I am to have the honour of expecting? I might perhaps wish to be informed why, with so little endeavour at civility, I am thus rejected, but it is of small importance." "I might as well inquire," replied she, "why, with so evident a design of offending and insulting me, you chose to tell me that you liked me against your will, against your reason, and even against your character. Was not this some excuse for incivility, if I was uncivil? But I have other provocations, you know I have. Had not my own feelings decided against you, had they been indifferent, or had they even been favourable, do you think that any consideration would tempt me to accept the man who has been the means of ruining, perhaps forever, the happiness of a most beloved sister?" As she pronounced these words, Mr. Darcy changed colour. But the emotion was short, and he listened without attempting to interrupt her while she continued. "I have every reason in the world to think ill of you. No motive can excuse the unjust and ungenerous part you acted there. You dare not, you cannot deny that you have been the principal, if not the only means of dividing them from each other, of exposing one to the censure of the world for caprice and instability, the other to its derision for disappointed hopes, and involving them both in misery of the acutest kind." She paused, and saw with no slight indignation that he was listening with an air which proved him wholly unmoved by any feeling of remorse. He even looked at her with a smile of affected incredulity. "Can you deny that you have done it?" she repeated. With assumed tranquillity he then replied, "I have no wish of denying that I did everything in my power to separate my friend from your sister, or that I rejoice in my success. Towards him I have been kinder than towards myself." Elizabeth disdained the appearance of noticing this civil reflection, but its meaning did not escape, nor was it likely to conciliate her. "But it is not merely this affair," she continued, "on which my dislike is founded. Long before it had taken place, my opinion of you was decided. Your character was unfolded in the recital which I received many months ago from Mr. Wickham. On this subject, what can you have to say? In what imaginary act of friendship can you here defend yourself? Or under what misrepresentation can you here impose upon others?" "You take an eager interest in that gentleman's concerns," said Darcy in a less tranquil tone, and with a heightened colour. "Who that knows what his misfortunes have been can help feeling an interest in him?" "His misfortunes," repeated Darcy contemptuously. "Yes, his misfortunes have been great indeed." "And of your infliction," cried Elizabeth with energy. "You have reduced him to his present state of poverty, comparative poverty. You have withheld the advantages which you must know to have been designed for him. You have deprived the best years of his life of that independence which was no less his due than his desert. You have done all this, and yet you can treat the mention of his misfortunes with contempt and ridicule." "And this," cried Darcy, as he walked with quick steps across the room, "is your opinion of me? This is the estimation in which you hold me? I thank you for explaining it so fully. My faults, according to this calculation, are heavy indeed. But perhaps," added he, stopping in his walk and turning towards her, "these offences might have been overlooked had not your pride been hurt by my honest confession of the scruples that had long prevented my forming any serious design. These bitter accusations might have been suppressed, had I with greater policy concealed my struggles, and flattered you into the belief of my being impelled by unqualified, unalloyed inclination, by reason, by reflection, by everything. But disguise of every sort is my abhorrence. Nor am I ashamed of the feelings I related. They were natural and just. Could you expect me to rejoice in the inferiority of your connections, to congratulate myself on the hope of relations whose condition in life is so decidedly beneath my own?" Elizabeth felt herself growing angrier every moment, yet she tried to the utmost to speak with composure when she said, "You are mistaken, Mr. Darcy, if you suppose that the mode of your declaration affected me in any other way than as it spared me the concern which I might have felt in refusing you, had you behaved in a more gentlemanlike manner." She saw him start at this, but he said nothing, and she continued, "You could not have made me the offer of your hand in any possible way that would have tempted me to accept it." Again his astonishment was obvious, and he looked at her with an expression of mingled incredulity and mortification. She went on. "From the very beginning, from the first moment, I may almost say, of my acquaintance with you, your manners, impressing me with the fullest belief of your arrogance, your conceit, and your selfish disdain of the feelings of others, were such as to form that groundwork of disapprobation, on which succeeding events have built so immovable a dislike, and I had not known you a month before I felt that you were the last man in the world whom I could ever have been prevailed on to marry." "You have said quite enough, madam. I perfectly comprehend your feelings, and have now only to be ashamed of what my own have been. Forgive me for having taken up so much of your time, and accept my best wishes for your health and happiness." And with these words he hastily left the room, and Elizabeth heard him the next moment open the front door and quit the house. A person who can write a long letter with ease cannot write ill. Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice. Chapter 1. The following morning. Though her tortured mind had kept her awake the whole of the night, the beauty of the day soothed Elizabeth Bennet. Early morning dew kissed the newly opened flower petals, and the air was fragrant with the smell of damp earth and narcissus. It was a heady aroma, wafting through her muddled mind as she walked away from her friend's home at Hunsford Parsonage. In the distance she caught a glimpse of the monstrous edifice of Rosings Park and immediately turned her head away. He was there, somewhere in one of the 120 rooms her host Mr. Collins had spoken of repeatedly during the 3 weeks since her arrival in Kent. Had she known he would be visiting this part of England, she would have stayed in Hertfordshire. She sighed for all the good it would do to wish it differently. It was what it was. A bed of blooming daffodils greeted her as she started down her favourite path. Small stones crunched beneath her walking boots as Elizabeth traversed the trail to the loveliest glen she had found on Lady Catherine de Bourgh's extensive property. The field was encased by tall, leafy green trees on 3 sides, with a babbling brook to the east. The soil was carpeted in lush grasses, and the ground was level. Perfect for an equestrian to run at a full gallop, but not her. She feared horses, though she loved the dream of riding them. Out of habit, Elizabeth chose the west fork of the footpath, ending at the forest edge. Squeezing between 2 aged oaks, she stepped onto a grassy field. The blue of the sky made the verdant landscape look as if it had been painted on canvas by a skilled artist. Puffy white clouds were scattered across the heavens, and she could not help but lift her face to the sun and smile at the sight. One particular billowy mound resembled the pile of hair Lady Catherine's maid habitually fashioned on top of the great lady's head. It seemed precariously perched, and Elizabeth had an intense desire to anchor it down, but inherently knew the matriarch of Rosings Park would be horrified at the thought. An undignified giggle burst forth from deep within Elizabeth, and she could not keep herself from lifting her arms in unholy obeisance and twirling in place, laughing louder with each turn. Fitzwilliam Darcy stood at the edge of the clearing, entirely mesmerized by the sight in front of him. Her brutal rejection of the night before had filled him with torment and doubt. He failed to comprehend how his love could have moved so quickly to its antithesis, hatred. Yes, he hated her with a passion stronger than his tender affections had been. At least he had, until he saw her again. Vibrant was the only word fitting for someone who radiated joy to such a degree. Instantly he was angry again. Had she not the empathy to have been unsettled, even minimally, by his proposal? Was she so pleased to have woken from her bed to find herself completely unattached to him? How could she face the day without pining for the ache pounding in his heart? The letter he had anguished over the night before, which explained his dealings with her sister and his friend Charles Bingley, felt like a leaden weight in his pocket. Or was it the descriptions of how George Wickham had acted the cad that summer with his young sister that burdened his soul to a ponderous degree? How could he rob her of even 1 second of happiness by reminding her of the bitter words they had shared the night before? He could not. He was powerless in the face of her overwhelming beauty and delight. He blew out a puff of air and relaxed his fisted hands at his sides. All the words he had carefully chosen to justify his proposal of the night before seemed unduly harsh in the daylight. Should he ignore his desires of wanting to offer clarity to Miss Elizabeth and return to Rosings, casting the missive into the fire so it would never be read by the woman who needed the information the most? No. Wickham was a danger to her and her family. His silence on this matter could lead to a much more serious crime if the scoundrel was allowed to continue associating with the Bennet daughters. Honour and prudence forbade it. He would give her the letter and then leave Kent immediately for the safety of his home in Derbyshire. He doubted he would ever see her again. Darcy cleared his throat. The sound resonated across the glen, and he knew the exact moment she became aware she was no longer alone. "Mr. Darcy!" She clutched her hands to her chest as if she could calm her pounding heart by doing so. He was the last man in the world Elizabeth wanted to see, or hoped ever to see again. He gingerly took a step towards her, and realized the woman in front of him held all the power to determine his future in her petite hands. She had control. The master of Pemberley, who had hundreds of people and many properties in his care, had long felt comfortable with a mantle of oversight, wearing responsibility like his favourite greatcoat. With her, he had no supremacy at all. There was only one thing left for him to do. Removing the letter from his pocket, he held it out to her. She cautiously approached, her curiosity appearing to override the abhorrence he had stirred by his offer of marriage the prior evening. She stopped within reach, though she did not lift her hand to take the missive. Instead, her fists tightly clasped the fabric of her dress. He could not guess what she was feeling. "Pray accept my apologies for interrupting your enjoyment of nature, Miss Elizabeth." He swallowed back the bile threatening to make its presence known. Never had he been so nervous. "I only ask that you read this." His eyes dropped to the letter. When he looked up, her eyes continued to focus on the paper in his hand. He sensed her apprehension. "Do not be afraid that I have renewed my sentiments of last night. I will forever keep silent on the subject." Darcy gulped air and continued before his own nerves paralyzed him into silence. However, there is a matter contained within, of which you need to be aware, so the reputation of your sisters can be protected. I failed to do this for Georgiana, and she suffers to this day."
"Mr. Darcy?"
He heard the hesitation in her voice. "The threat to you and yours far outweigh the need for decorum under these circumstances. Were we still in Hertfordshire, it would be your father I would have approached. As we are not, I would appreciate your setting aside propriety, so you know how best to inform Mr. Bennet."
At this, Elizabeth's hand reached out and touched the end of the folded paper closest to her.
He thought he felt a jolt travel from her fingertips across the parchment to his own, though it could have been the anticipation of the moment.
"Sir?"
Her head tilted, and the brow above her right eye lifted slightly, in a look he had come to cherish during the 6 weeks he had spent at Netherfield Park in Hertfordshire. Each time he had spied the aforementioned expression, it was immediately followed by an observation so witty he immediately sought conversation, so she would do it again. He was not disappointed.
"Since your grip is still firm on the missive, I can only wonder if you truly want me to read it. Or are you hoping I will comment on the elegance of your penmanship for the 3 words I am able to see?"
He looked down to find Miss Elizabeth Bennet staring back at him from the outer face of the paper. Darcy knew he was blushing as the blood rushed to his face and ears, and he felt the added warmth. Instinctively he let go. She did as well, and the parchment sank to the ground. All 4 pages, written in a tight script, folded, addressed, and sealed with the Darcy family crest, describing his reasons for separating Bingley from the eldest Miss Bennet, and the history of George Wickham and the Darcy family, landed in the grass midway between the 2 of them. As he started to kneel to retrieve it from the dampness, she stopped him.
"Pray leave it."
Darcy stood and watched her as she stepped to his side and peered down at the words on the back. They were his final words, his parting thoughts. In the end, he had not wanted her to think ill of him, so he had closed his lengthy dissertation with, "I will only add, God bless you, Fitzwilliam Darcy."
"God bless me?"
Elizabeth looked genuinely perplexed.
"Yes, your words last night evoked my ire. Nonetheless, I realized soon after you left Hunsford that my response to you had been inordinately harsh, and my manner was combative. It was not my finest hour, sir. Yet you desire a blessing for me? Me?"
"The fault was solely mine." He put his hands to his face, covering his eyes, exhaling slowly. Dropping his hands, he continued, "I had incorrectly assumed that our lively exchanges were your way of letting me know my attentions to you would be welcomed. Pardon me for my error. Apparently, I misread your intent."
"I believe we both carry the weight of guilt."
Elizabeth again dropped her eyes to the letter. She spoke softly, though he had no trouble hearing her in the silence of the glen.
"When I reconsidered both your comments and mine, I realized I had not thanked you for your proposal. Though it was and is not something I had desired, it was an honor to be asked."
He sucked in a breath. Despite the fact that the words hurt, it was more than he had expected from her. Darcy knew then that he would always carry her in his heart. He would now have to marry out of duty, but he would never forget the woman standing alongside him. Elizabeth turned away from him, her back stiff and her head bent.
I also accept the validity of many of your claims against my family." She inhaled deeply, and her shoulders quivered as her chin dropped even lower.
"I should not have thrown their conduct against you," Darcy interrupted. "Just as I cannot control my aunt's vulgar outbursts, you can do nothing to temper the conduct of others, whether they are family or not. As I mentioned at Hunsford, though I said I would not restate the offensive words from last night, the conduct of you and Miss Bennet is above reproach."
"My sister, I believe, is, in fact, much like you, Mr. Darcy." He was surprised at her comment and wondered how she could think so. "Like you, she is a private person who rarely invites anyone into her innermost confidence. Rather than being held up for scorn or ridicule, she guards her emotions most carefully. The bolder my youngest sister becomes, the more reticent Jane is. Yet the emotions of her heart run deeply."
"Like me?"
Upon reflection, he discerned 2 points. First, that he and Miss Bennet most likely were similar in holding their feelings close. And secondly, that Elizabeth had spent enough time thinking of him that she had figured this out on her own. For some reason, the thought gave him a sliver of hope. "Apparently so, sir." Again she squared her shoulders. "I am not at liberty to share Jane's private conversations with you, Mr. Darcy. However, I will state for your ears only that she continues to be heartbroken over the loss of Mr. Bingley."
"I do not believe you need to reveal any more, Miss Elizabeth. Your chastisement of my decision to encourage Bingley to leave Netherfield Park was clear enough. Once my initial anger passed, I understood my actions to have brought pain of heart to both your sister and my friend. As a result, prior to walking out this morning, I sent an express to him, admitting my error. The cost of his friendship is the penance I must accept."
Darcy appreciated her relief as her shoulders relaxed. Her next words startled him. "Might we walk, sir?" Before he could reply, she stepped forward. He bent to pick up the letter and put it in his pocket as he quickly moved alongside her. "Mr. Wickham?"
"What I wrote in the letter, and what I will tell you now, can be confirmed by my cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam. He shares guardianship of Georgiana, and spent much time in Wickham's company during our school years. Richard is privy to all the unsavoury details from then until now."
Immediately she spoke. "Then I do not need to know those details. In fact, I do not want to know." Without thought, her hand had brushed his arm as she spoke. "When I return to Longbourn, I will speak with my father."
"Miss Elizabeth, pray know that I trust you with this. My sister, she has changed. Gone is her ready smile and pleasant demeanour. In its place is a cautious countenance and a constant berating of herself. I cannot seem to help her move past the disappointment she feels with herself."
"How old is she?"
"Just turned 16.
"Lydia's age."
"Yes."
They walked a short distance before she again spoke. "Mr. Wickham has caught Lydia's attention, and she is enamoured." He heard the frustration in her tone. "Mayhaps the better course is to write to Papa, rather than wait the 3 weeks until I return to Hertfordshire. I will be careful how I word my information, so I do not have to reveal Miss Darcy's involvement, sir."
"I have no concern you would do so."
A small branch from one of the trees had fallen to the ground, and he kicked it away from their path. "I am sorry for your sister.
and I hope she discovers a means of recovery."
"Thank you. I hope so as well."
Darcy paused as he wondered how much to reveal. In truth, he had nothing to lose.
"I had long thought exposure to your kindness would have benefited her, though it is not to be."
He again kicked at a branch.
"My intention when I left Rosings this morning was to leave Kent as soon as I gave you the letter. I did not plan to ever inflict my company upon you again."
Even he could hear the agony with each word spoken. The thought of never seeing her again threatened to break his heart into 1,000,000 pieces. She glanced sideways at him, stopping in place. Without taking her eyes from his, she inhaled slowly. He saw resolution on her face and did not know whether or not he wanted to hear what she had to say. What if she was pleased he was leaving? What if she still wanted him to go? But what if he had given her enough food for thought that she was now looking at him differently? He wanted to double over and grab his knees to keep himself upright at the thought. He remained still. "I wish you would not." 5 words, simply said. Yet they infused life and breath, hope and joy into his soul, so he wanted to throw his arms up, spin, and laugh like she had done earlier. He refrained. He had to sit down. A fallen log at the edge of the forest beckoned him to find relief for the weakness attacking his knees at her words. She followed him, and gratitude filled him from his head to his toes. Elizabeth sat next to him, though not close enough to touch. It took a while before his breathing returned to normal.
"You wish I would not go?"
Darcy felt stupid repeating her words, but he suddenly feared he had not heard her correctly. "I wish you to stay, Mr. Darcy." His mind swirled with conflicting thoughts, and he was afraid if he opened his mouth, his confusion would shock her into leaving. It was the last thing he wanted. Pulling the letter from his pocket, he again offered it to her. Elizabeth put her hand up, her palm facing him, and shook her head. A no. His confusion grew. Why would she not read it? Why? Darcy had no clue he had asked the question aloud until Elizabeth offered her answer. "Sir, neither of our behaviours last night was a credit to our upbringing. In the clear light of day, I see not only our faults, but our commonalities. In consideration of the facts, we, the both of us, have reason for embarrassment with our families. We are protective and willing to defend those we love, and we have tempers which are easily stirred and shared without reserve when our loved ones are threatened. Do you not agree?"
"Very much so."
Darcy's nature was to contemplate a solution as soon as a problem was brought to his attention. He wanted to take charge, to fix things. Under this situation it simply would not do. He owed it to her to give his full attention to her words. "My father prides himself on having raised his second daughter to be a studier of character, who is possessed of a quick mind based on reason."
"I agree with Mr. Bennet."
Elizabeth's intelligence and wit was what had held his attention. Her fine eyes were what had caught it in the first place. "While I thank you, Mr. Darcy, the simple truth is I allowed my prejudices to colour not only my opinion of you, but Mr. Wickham as well." She exhaled loudly. "Not until now have I understood how foolish I have been to display pride in my ability to quickly discern the truth of a matter. I am wretched at what I have learned about my own character since my arrival in Kent." He hurried to disabuse her of that notion. "Pray do not feel that way, Miss Elizabeth." Darcy wanted to pull her to him and comfort her. He heard her pain and agonized with her misery. "Pray recall what started us down this rocky road. Had I not insulted you at the Meryton Assembly, surely you would not have been so quick to—" Hurt flashed across her face, and he wanted to stuff his boot in his mouth. Why had he brought that up? It was like rubbing salt on an open wound. "Pardon me, I pray you." Darcy could not recall ever offering so many apologies to a single person in such a short period of time. In his desperation to gain her favour, he realized he would do it over and over again if necessary. In spite of the fact that he wanted to pour his heart out to her, he vowed to remain quiet until she spoke. Her own silence tested his self-control. Finally, she shifted on the log and began. It almost broke his heart more than the night before. Her chuckle was disparaging, a discordant note in the beauty of the landscape. "Ha! The one flaw in your character that I found most abhorrent was your pride, Mr. Darcy. Outside of your hearing, I would tease and revile you for your arrogance and selfish disdain for others. As an unpleasant reminder, I mentioned it directly to you last evening, if you recall. Yet I now see how my own attitude reflected the same pride of which I was accusing you. It was like I was looking in a mirror and finally realized who and what I am." He could no longer keep silent and wanted to bite his tongue as soon as he spoke. "Miss Elizabeth, do you not understand how I grew to love you anyway? As I poorly endeavoured to explain, I gave careful attention to both our disparities and our agreements, our differences and our similarities. I still feel from the depths of my soul that we could have a marriage based on two intelligent minds who recognize the benefits of affection and respect in the home. While I continue to hold those feelings for you, I now beg you for the honor of allowing me to demonstrate to you my fidelity, loyalty, and all the other positive aspects of my character, as I strive to become a better man, one deserving of your own affection and respect." She groaned aloud, and it caused him immediate concern. "Are you in pain? Can I assist you?" He surveyed her from the ground to her bonnet, and saw no evidence of physical discomfort, and thus assumed it was an internal struggle causing her outburst. "You have been blatantly unfair, sir." When she lifted her gaze to him, he saw the twinkle in her eyes as the corner of her mouth lifted. The relief was impressive. "Should I apologize?" His words were sincere. "Not at all," Elizabeth huffed into the air. "To a female of my temperament, those are magical words that I never expected to hear from your mouth, ever." She stood and walked out into the sunshine. He followed. "Then what words do you want to hear?" It was not his intention to flirt, as he had little practice in the art. He followed it with a smile, to good effect, it seemed. She smiled back. "I believe I am done with deep conversation." Her smile grew as she beckoned him to walk alongside her again. "Let us speak of the number of plants, or the configuration of the gardens, or whether or not your aunt knows of this wonderful place." He chuckled. In one final attempt to place the letter in her hands, he said, "I worked all night to write this. Pray, will you not read it?" He wanted there to be no more confusion between them, no more reasons for her to believe he meant her harm. She took the letter from him and placed it in the pocket of her skirt. Then she confessed, "I will not do so now, nor do I plan to do so in the future." She took his arm when he offered, and he felt like jumping up and clicking his heels. "Nevertheless, in appreciation for your efforts to bring understanding between us, I shall look upon your letter as a peace offering, or, rather, as a foundation for when our friendship took a turn for the better." "A friendship?" "Yes, a friendship." He would have to be satisfied with her limits for now. The woman he adored was walking alongside him, the sun was shining, and the skirmish was over. His mind moved rapidly towards successive meetings as he planned out the remaining 3 weeks of her stay at Hunsford. He, too, would stay. Then he would follow her back to Hertfordshire, with a quick stop in London, to plead for forgiveness with Bingley. "Miss Elizabeth, might I draw your attention to the abundance of daisies by the stream? They are my sister's favourite flower. She calls them friendly." He loved the sound of her laughter as they moved towards that part of the glen. Before they left Rosings, he would propose to her there in the exact spot. She stopped and looked at him quizzically. Could she have read his thoughts? Impossible! Or was it? He shook his head to clear it and decided the course of wisdom was to enjoy one glorious spring day at a time in her company. However, within seconds, his heart planned the many springs until they reached the winter of their lives together. Would he ever learn? He prayed so. Were other men as insistent on planning and scheming as he? Surely not. He chuckled under his breath as he admitted that instead of Elizabeth needing to learn so much from his lengthy letter, it was he who had so much to learn. If it kept her at his side, he promised himself he would write her as many letters as she would be unwilling to read. A lifetime of them, if necessary. Chapter 2. The following day, as Darcy covered the distance from Rosings to the parsonage, he felt the need to hum the melody of the tune from his dance with Miss Elizabeth at the ball Bingley had held at Netherfield Park. He easily recalled the touch of her fingers each time the steps brought them together. He smiled at the memory. In spite of the ball being held the prior autumn, it felt to him as if it had been quite recent. "Did you get a pebble in your shoe? You have no limp. Did you turn your ankle?" His cousin, Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam, had been an unwelcome addition to his stroll. Richard was far too perceptive, though he had apparently failed to realize the attraction Darcy felt for Miss Elizabeth. "I did not. Why do you ask?" "I heard you moaning, and thought I saw a look of pain flash across your face. It could not possibly have been a smile. The almighty Fitzwilliam Darcy does not deign to smile." Darcy's instinct was to punch Richard's arm, a common gesture from their childhood. His humming stopped instantly. "Moaning?" "Your powers of observation are flawed, cousin. Your normally sharp intellect has failed you. In actuality, I am quite content." Darcy could not help smiling at his closest friend and relative. They were evenly matched in height and stature, though Richard was older by a mere 6 months. When they were younger, it had been enough justification for his cousin to lord it over him, that half-a-year difference. Now that they were both in their 28th year, the desire to be the eldest had waned. Richard's brows raised, and his mouth gaped open. "You?" Incredulity burst from him. "Since when? We are in Kent, at Rosings, with our fearsome aunt and our timid as a titmouse cousin. You spend your mornings riding an estate you do not admire, and your afternoons poring over books that are, as usual, in deplorable condition. Aunt Catherine pressures you to marry her daughter every time we are in her presence, and you told me only 2 nights ago that you were fed up with her schemes. What planet did you wake up on this morning that you would walk out of the front door and feel pleasure? Oh, is it because we are departing for London after we say our goodbyes to the parsonage? Is that why I spied a smile on that ugly face of yours? I have changed my mind. I believe we should remain at Rosings a few weeks longer. His comment stopped the Colonel in his tracks. What on earth? Richard moved closer, reaching up to feel his cousin's forehead for a severe fever. I will? Truly? I am not. With a smirk, Darcy continued walking. The Colonel caught up with him and, grabbing his arm, pulled him to a stop. Oh, pray tell me you're not feeling the relief of having determined your future is with Anne. She would never last as mistress of Pemberley. Darcy! Richard released his arm and turned away from him. Planting his fists at his sides, he spun back around. Do not do this. Do not allow Aunt Catherine to wear you down. Her claims of your mother agreeing to this betrothal since your infancy are pure fictitious, and you know it to be so. As Darcy stood in silence, a grin on his face, his cousin threw his hands into the air. Can you not imagine the silence at Pemberley? To avoid a wife you do not love, you would spend all your time secluded in your study or library, while Anne sat wrapped in dozens of blankets staring out of a window looking at who knows what. Oh, but this felt so good. Richard, ever proud of his ability to know my mind, is clueless. He remained as still as a statue, knowing from past experience that Richard would reveal all as his temper grew. It was a game they had played as children, trying to keep their feelings to themselves. Strange they were still playing it as adults. Darcy shrugged at the thought. He was far better at this game than his cousin. Oh, Fitzwilliam Darcy, you need a wife who is lively and witty, a woman who would bring joy into your life and your home. Our cousin knows not the means to bring you comfort and peace. And children? You need an heir. Could you honestly imagine the marriage bed with Anne? Both men shuddered. Richard continued. Well, I will not dishonour my cousin by further contemplation of such a thing, but you get my point. How could you not? Darcy's left brow lifted slightly, his smile still in place. He vowed to keep silent to allow his cousin to spill all his opinions into the open. No, though Aunt Catherine's rants are as constant as rain in England, I cannot see you giving her demands any credence. If I was in your shoes, I would not either. To be saddled with a woman of no accomplishments, no social acumen, and no measure of beauty would bring a lifetime of regret. Much better for you to be attached to someone like Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Now there is a young lady who would enliven a household. Darcy forced himself not to react. Darcy, each time I'm in her presence, I feel like the sun is brighter. Certainly her circumstances are such that neither of us should offer for her, but I will admit that I am intrigued by her. My parents, Aunt Catherine and you, would never forgive me if I brought her home as my bride. But Darcy, she has captivated me. I feel the threat, and have spent the last 2 days trying to calculate how to make it work. With each word his cousin spoke, Darcy felt his face fall. A sick feeling took root in the bottom of his stomach and started swirling into the nether regions of his chest. Richard wanted to offer for Miss Elizabeth? How could this be? His cousin was the best of men. He was responsible, sociable, and admired, the perfect husband for any young woman. Besides, he had it on good authority from her younger sisters that an officer in uniform was particularly desirable. He suddenly wanted to throw something, a punch at his formerly favourite relative. Your offer to provide a small estate for my future, should I decide to leave the military, might be something I should take you up on, cousin. Having come from a small property in Hertfordshire, a similar-sized house might be acceptable to Miss Elizabeth. What are your thoughts, Darcy?" He could not speak. Words of bitter anguish fought with the familial love of this man, gathering in his throat and choking off his air. He could not breathe. "Oh, do not be concerned as to what our relatives would say, for we would not suffer the loss, as we live in harmony with our expanding brood, growing grey-headed in happiness. It would be a passionate marriage bed. Stop!" He could take no more. Closing his eyes, he struggled to remember to inhale as he came to terms with all Richard had said. He was horrified and hurt beyond measure. Ashamedly, his first instinct was to knock his cousin senseless and run to the parsonage, kidnap Elizabeth, and carry her off to Gretna Green. He exhaled and shook his head. He loved Richard and longed for him to have felicity in his future. If it was marriage to Miss Elizabeth Bennet, then so be it. Darcy opened his eyes, his heart screaming at him not to speak. "I give you my blessing." 5 words that would change his life. He recalled the 5 words she had uttered in the glen the day before. Hope. Now hopeless. He knew he should swallow, but his throat seemed too dry. Richard was the best of men. Why would he not want Elizabeth as his wife? It was a miracle she had not yet married, in fact. He stuck out his right hand to offer congratulations to his cousin. It was then that he looked at Richard closely and saw the twinkle in his eye. He had fallen into Richard's trap, hook, line, and sinker. Darcy inhaled sharply when laughter burst from the man next to him. "I'm glad for your purse that you are not a gambler, for your eyes reveal your soul, my man." Richard slapped him on the back, as Darcy wanted to swallow his tongue or lop his cousins off. "Are you finished?" The words were thrust from his lips as he strove to regain control. "I am not even close to being done with you." The taste of victory sat well on Richard's countenance. "You may have fooled society into believing you are distant and uninvolved, but I know you." Darcy looked down at the ground, so his cousin could not see the validation of his words in his expression. It was true. He had usually been able to hide anything from Richard, but not always. His sigh carried on the spring breeze. Richard placed his hand on his cousin's shoulder. "You love her?" The words, though direct, were kindly uttered. Nodding his head, he looked up into sympathetic eyes. "Our family would never accept her. Aunt Catherine would have her banished from Kent with so much as a hint of your feelings. Society would skewer her for attempting to attach herself to a man they have chased and hunted since you inherited. Yet you are willing to take the risk?" He nodded again, feeling like he had run from Marathon to Athens under the hot sun of ancient Greece. Sweat dripped from his temples and ran down his back. He could not recollect any other time in his life where the effort to hold in his emotions was as intense, not even at the death of his father. "You will offer for her?" "I already have." The grin spread from one side of his cousin's face to the other. Richard again slapped him on the shoulder. "Well done!" Richard beamed. "It is no wonder you are happy." "She refused me." "What?" Rarely was Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam rendered speechless, so this was an atypical occasion. From the way he grabbed at his chest, Darcy worried it was too much of a shock. "While Mr. and Mrs. Collins and Miss Lucas were at Rosings, I walked to the parsonage and offered my hand to Miss Elizabeth. As it ended up, my well-thought-out and practiced proposal was offensive to her. She replied by attacking my character, my attitude, and my behaviour since the first time we were in company together. Deservedly so. It was not my finest moment. Now it was Richard who was shaking his head, confusion evident in the drop of his shoulders and the fact that his hands fell to his side. "You are the most honourable man of my acquaintance, Darcy. How can this be?" "Let us walk further away, so we are not caught standing here." Darcy took the first path to the east. He waited until Richard caught up to him before he spoke. The day was equally as lovely as the day prior, yet the joy of the morning was gone. Disclosing his actions to a man he respected was crushing. Apparently, humble pie was to be his meal of choice in Kent. "I met Miss Elizabeth and her family when I travelled to Hertfordshire with Bingley. The day we arrived was the same day I had received a letter from Georgiana. With the few words she shared, I could feel her despondency, and I was wearing my failure as both a brother and guardian on my sleeves. To say I was not good company would be understating matters. I should not have attended the assembly that night. I was not at my best." He closed his eyes in frustration with himself. When we arrived, Bingley immediately gravitated to Miss Elizabeth's eldest sister, Jane. She is a classically beautiful woman who projects a calm, unruffled exterior. To Bingley she was an angel. To me she appeared shallow and easily influenced by her fortune-hunting mother. Richard interrupted. "Well, cousin, you should easily recognize a woman of that ilk, as you have spent the last 6 years running from them." Though I easily read the character of the mother, I was completely blind to the feelings the young woman had towards Bingley. "Oh, no! Pray do not tell me she is the young woman you warned Bingley against." The colonel was horrified. "She was." Richard groaned and put his hand to his stomach. "What have you done?" Darcy was surprised at the bitterness of his tone. Richard admitted. 2 days ago, the morning you made your proposal, I had met Miss Elizabeth walking in the glen. I had hoped she had a good opinion of you and thought to help you along. So I shared with her your comments about saving Bingley from a disadvantageous marriage, as the woman was wanting in some way. I know you to be diligent in acting in the service of a friend, and felt it would increase your value in her eyes if she knew so as well. I thank you for your help." Sarcasm dripped from Darcy's tongue. "Of her 4 sisters, Miss Elizabeth is closest to Miss Bennet. She is highly protective of her. The adolescent girls are unrestrained, and the youngest is quite vulgar. Yet Miss Elizabeth strives to check their behaviour, as the parents do nothing. Any slight, no matter how small, would be taken as an insult to her personally. Thus, when she questioned my motives in encouraging Bingley to depart Netherfield Park, she was on the offensive. I had not thought to wonder where she had obtained her information. I offer my apologies." Darcy could hear the sincerity in his voice. "Accepted." They only took 2 more steps when he continued his accounting. "Nevertheless, be not concerned that this error was the cause of her rejection. At the assembly, Bingley kept pleading with me to dance, and I, within her hearing, proclaimed Miss Elizabeth as only tolerable, and not handsome enough to tempt me." Both men stopped on the path. Darcy looked away, but could feel his cousin's eyes glaring at him. It was only fitting, as he wished he could glare at himself for such a sin. "Yes, I know." He kicked at a clump of grass. My conduct was ungentlemanly, and I lied. She was and is more than handsome enough to tempt me. I do not know what to say. The Colonel lifted his arms from his sides and dropped them. This is so unlike you. No, Richard, this attitude is very much like me. Nonetheless, it is a flaw I intend to overcome. A woman of Miss Elizabeth's caliber is not impressed by arrogance, unfounded pride, and disdain for those not in our society. She was not only angered by my words, she was ashamed of my conduct. Something I now realize I would need to correct before I ever become an object of her esteem. Richard seemed incredulous. You have reason for hope? I do. Again they started walking. The path widened, and the span between the two men grew, until Darcy wondered if his cousin wanted to distance himself from him. He had more than one relationship to repair. Richard, Elizabeth Bennet is a wonder. Rather than place blame solely on me, as she should have done, she found that her own response was not without flaw. We have agreed to begin again with a friendship. A friendship? Darcy heard the doubt in Richard's voice. Yes, for a certainty I long for much more. I want her for my wife. No other will be the next mistress of Pemberley. Richard put his hand to his chin as he walked. Is that all? All? Darcy hated to lose the respect of this man. No. Wickham was in Hertfordshire, and shared his version of the tale of his misfortunes at my hand with the village. He was branded the gallant hero, while I was the villain. Surely you explained that the blackguard was not to be trusted. I did not. At his cousin's questioning stare, he continued, I wanted there to be no reason for him to mention Georgiana. That small community is a haven of gossip, with a bevy of matrons who would delight in the fall of an innocent like my sister. I could not take the chance. So the young ladies are left vulnerable to the rake? Miss Elizabeth will write to her father with enough information to urge caution. I shall send a note to him as well. Wickham has joined the militia and is stationed in Hertfordshire, so a letter from you to Colonel Forster would not be remiss. It would take little effort for his superior officer to realize one of his lieutenants is undoubtedly already in debt to the local merchants, and possibly worse. This I will do as soon as we return to Rosings. Richard pondered a moment. Propriety does not allow you to write to an unmarried woman you are not betrothed to, and it is a shame. The whole of the time I was on the continent, I relished receiving any missive that was not a change or orders or assignment. I particularly enjoyed those from you and Georgiana. Your ability to describe even mundane activities transported me back to English soil, and I felt at home again. If you could describe your feelings and share your goal of becoming a man worthy of her by letter, I believe you might find yourself well on your way to becoming an object of affection in Miss Elizabeth's heart. However, it is not to be. Darcy refused to respond. It would not do to have his cousin aware that he had already written to her. Then I believe we need to return to Rosings, so I can correspond with the Colonel rather than visit our neighbours. Possibly after tea we can try again? Your plan is sound. Darcy, too, wanted to hurry back to Rosings. Certainly he would write to Mr. Bennet, but he would also put the emotions of his heart on parchment for Miss Elizabeth. Offering to send her note to her father with his var express might possibly give him the opportunity to deliver letter number 2 into her safekeeping. Would she read it? Or would she place it with the other so she had 2 letters unread? He smiled, unconcerned if his cousin spied him doing so. Without encouraging the other to do so, both men turned and hurried back to Rosings. "Mr. Darcy, Colonel Fitzwilliam, welcome to Hunsford." Mr. William Collins, parson to Lady Catherine, was blatantly overjoyed to welcome these guests to his home. He bowed so deeply he lost his balance and had to catch himself on the arm of the chair his wife was seated in before he landed in her lap. Mrs. Charlotte Collins rose and, stepping around him, stood and curtsied, as did her younger sister Maria and her closest friend Elizabeth Bennet. "Yes, do come and join us for tea, gentlemen." Charlotte Collins caught Mr. Darcy's eye after they had settled on Elizabeth and bounced back to her at the greeting. Her brow rose as she tilted her head to one side. Darcy suspected their hostess was far more intelligent than her husband, and knew he would need to be wary of her. Mrs. Collins was a lifelong friend of Miss Elizabeth, and he imagined they were in each other's confidence. How much had Miss Elizabeth shared? Nerves threatened to shatter his composure, so rather than taking a seat as his cousin had done, he walked to the fireplace and stood in front of the stone. He longed to take up his normal post in front of the small window with his back to the room. The pose was his defence against meddling mothers and clinging daughters, and served to distance him from company in which he was uncomfortable. This was not to be borne. There was nothing threatening in the house. Well, except for Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Few had the power to affect his composure quite like she did. Within seconds, Colonel Fitzwilliam was entertaining the room with stories of his service to the throne. A quick survey of the parlour showed that Mr. Collins and Miss Lucas were soaking in each word. Mrs. Collins appeared to be following the recitation, although her eyes moved his way on occasion. Miss Elizabeth did not pretend to look elsewhere. Her gaze was on him, and once he realized where her eyes chose to rest, he was lost to the rest of the gathering. "Mr. Darcy?" She stood and walked to him, the room suddenly silent as she did so. What was she about? Was she going to refuse him, as she had done in this very room only 2 nights before? He felt perspiration on his palms and wanted to wipe them on the sides of his trouser legs. Finally, after what seemed like an hour, or half a day, he responded. "Miss Elizabeth, might I be of assistance?" "I thank you for your offer as yes. It is your help I seek." She turned to her friend to satisfy her curiosity as she pulled a letter from her pocket. "Charlotte, I happened upon Mr. Darcy yesterday in the glen, and we spoke of a situation at Longbourn, where the gentleman's experience in estate management, in particular that of removing unwanted pests, would be of immediate benefit. Last night I endeavoured to pen the information to my father, and fear I may not have the details entirely correct." "Oh, no, Cousin Elizabeth, it should have been Lady Catherine you should have petitioned, for there is not another more knowledgeable soul in all of England when it comes to making decisions as to the proper running of a property. I do surmise, cousin, that had your father accepted willingly the recommendations I passed on for my benefactress, the estate to which I am entitled to inherit would be in a far better financial condition than it is currently, and it certainly would not be overrun with rodents." "Mr. Collins!" Charlotte implored him to remember his manners and stopped him from speaking further. Elizabeth's face reflected horror and embarrassment at his crass sharing of such personal information. Miss Maria Lucas had her chin to her chest as she worried her skirt fabric between her fisted hands, and Colonel Fitzwilliam looked on the scene with seeming pleasure. Then he stared directly at the parson. "Is that right, Mr. Collins? You believe Aunt Catherine to be an adviser to Darcy? who is in possession of an estate more than twice the size of Rosings Park?" He paused, acting confused. "Why do you think it is that Darcy is required to come twice a year to survey the property and balance her account books? If it was as you claim, would it not be my aunt who would be doing such to Pemberley instead?" Mr. Collins sputtered. "To ease your mind, sir, might I recommend that Darcy read Miss Elizabeth's letter? Should he have any concerns that he could not supply the exact information needed for Mr. Bennet, he could take up the matter with our aunt." Mr. Collins was quick to agree. "Oh, yes, Cousin Elizabeth, please read your letter aloud." Darcy spoke up before either the Colonel or Miss Elizabeth could do so. "I do not believe it to be necessary. Should she have phrased the matter incorrectly, I would not want Miss Elizabeth to suffer discomfort from having her family and friends know of her error. As it happens," he reached into his own pocket and pulled out a letter of his own, "I myself have written to Mr. Bennet for the same purpose. Does your letter include greetings for your family?" "Yes, it does." He could see the gratitude on her face. "Then I will include yours with my own. If I might add a postscript, so Mr. Bennet knows how I came into possession of his daughter's letter, we can arrange for an express rider to send them on their way." Charlotte moved to a desk in the corner and opened the inkwell, placing the sharpened quill carefully at the side of the writing surface. Mr. Darcy wrote quickly, sanded the newly inked parchment. He then folded and sealed the two letters together. Yet, when he moved away from the desk, there was not one missive in his hands, but two. Odd. Mrs. Collins watched him carefully as he walked back to stand next to Elizabeth. As quick as a breath, the second letter was dropped into her friend's pocket. Charlotte's brows went up and her hand went to her mouth. Her eyes swept around the room to find that the only one other than herself who noticed was the Colonel. When Darcy's cousin slowly shook his head no, and the corner of his mouth lifted, Charlotte knew not to make mention of the matter. Elizabeth Bennet had, against all the rules of propriety, received correspondence from Mr. Darcy. How shocking! Elizabeth felt the weight of the folded parchment on the left side of her garment, and wondered that Mr. Darcy had risked her reputation and his in such a manner. Surely she should have immediately responded by giving it back, claiming he had inadvertently dropped it in error. She did not. Her curiosity burned, and she desired at that second in time to know why he had done so more than what the letter actually said. She could not ask. Her frustration built by the minute. Darcy was astounded when Mr. Collins chose that moment to exert his authority over his household. "Oh, Maria, you must have your share in the conversation. Charlotte, make her do so." The poor girl looked at the company, fear radiating from her at the request. Both Miss Elizabeth and Mrs. Collins moved to stand alongside her, like sentinels guarding a treasure. Darcy loved Elizabeth even more for caring for her friend in this way. It foreshadowed her future treatment of Georgiana once he brought Elizabeth to Pemberley as his wife. "Mr. Darcy, it is a testimony to your elevated rank that you condescend to aid my cousin Bennet. I only hope that when I am master of Longbourn, I am able to apply the fine counsel my patroness provides daily. At your marriage, I will most likely be more in your company as you visit your aunt, Lady Catherine. We can, then, share our ideas to benefit all three estates, Pemberley, Rosings, and Longbourn." The reactions in the room were varied, though all were immediate. Mrs. Collins' jaw dropped at the effrontery of her husband. Miss Lucas continued to sit in silence, although she too looked at her brother-in-law in disdain. "Mr. Collins!" burst from Darcy's lips, as the Colonel started laughing. It was Elizabeth's response that was of most concern to Darcy. Fists on her hips, she stared straight into his eyes. He had never witnessed such fire-like intensity. "Married?" Before he could respond, she turned on her heels and left the room. Chapter 3. Elizabeth Bennet was livid. Her first thought had been to run outside to find solace in the calming beauty of nature, but she would take no chances. Mr. Darcy would search for her and find her. The bedchamber at Hunsford became her refuge. To a man of honour, it was a barrier never to be crossed. How dare he propose to her when he was already attached to Mr. Berg? While she had been shocked at Mr. Collins's statement, it was Mr. Darcy's failure to deny the engagement which hurt her heart to the core. She took a deep breath and willed her mind to keep from imputing the worst motive to a man she had come to respect. Of course he could not deny the engagement. She had not allowed him even a moment to reply before she stormed out of the parlour in as unladylike a fit as she had seen her youngest sisters perform many times at Longbourn. Dropping down onto the patchworked coverlet, she heard the crinkle of the parchment from the letter still in her pocket. Frustration filled her to the brim as she removed the folded paper and tried to crumple it in her hands. The heavy quality of his parchment and the thickness of its layers made the task more difficult than she could have imagined. Had it been the parsonage stationery, she could have ruined it with ease. Irritation filled her, until realization hit that it was not the paper she wanted to mangle, but Mr. Darcy himself. Smoothing out the surface, she noted the penmanship was exactly the same as the day before. Miss Elizabeth Bennet was neatly formed with even-sized letters in a firm hand. The missive he had given her the day before was the first ever written to her by a man. Even the notes penned to her by her favourite uncle, Mr. Edward Gardiner, were done by his wife. Now she had two. Using her thumb and index fingers, she lifted it by the top corners until it was several inches off her lap. It weighed more than the letter he had given her the day before. She moved her fingers away so it fell back to her dress. What does it matter how many pages he used? It simply did not matter at all. Elizabeth set the letter on the bed and walked to the window overlooking the vegetable garden, determined to purge its presence from her mind. Mr. Collins was extraordinarily proud of his cucumbers. He was a silly man, though never malicious. His sole purpose in life seemed to be to serve his patroness. Charlotte did not appear to mind his odd behaviour, so, in light of Mr. Darcy's own officiousness, she should look to the example of her father's cousin as an honourable man. Elizabeth suddenly wanted to slap herself in the forehead. Mr. Collins, an example? Her inborn curiosity started to churn, and she knew from prior experience that she would not be able to expel the presence of the missive from her mind. I wonder if he purchased all his paper from one source. Did they have the same maker's watermark? No, I will not look at or think of the letters. It was improper for Mr. Darcy to give them to me, and equally as improper for me to take them. 3 small steps was all it took to return to where the letter lay, face down on the bedclothes. Did he offer blessings as he did on the closing of the other letter? She forced her eyes not to look. They looked. From my humble heart to yours, your servant, Fitzwilliam Darcy. Such a lovely sentiment. How could he? He is betrothed to his cousin, so it is ungentlemanly to write such sweet words to another female. Elizabeth wanted to tear the parchment into the tiniest of pieces and throw them out of the window, to be carried by the wind to the far corners of the earth. However, with the gentle breeze of the afternoon, they would most likely land in the cucumber patch for Mr. Collins to find. She huffed into the silence of the room. Her father had forever declared her the most curious of all his daughters. At this particular moment in time, she wished he was not so astute. She stared at the letter, only stopping when she realized she probably looked like Mr. Darcy when he had stared at her. She glared at the letter to the same effect. Finally, Elizabeth picked it up and stuffed it under her pillow where Mr. Darcy's first letter was nestled. Humph! It was no wonder she had been restless in her sleep the night before. At the soft knock on the door, Elizabeth spun around and stepped in front of her pillow, shielding her guilt with her sage-green muslin gown. Charlotte Collins, née Lucas, had been one of her closest friends for the last 6 years. Though older, with a much less curious nature, she was often the clear voice of reason to Elizabeth. In turn, Elizabeth had aided Charlotte to read more, learn more, and take more risks, never to her detriment, of course. "The gentlemen have returned to Rosings, Eliza, so you may come downstairs if you would like." Elizabeth heard the tease in the words. "You must think me frightfully silly, my dear friend." Charlotte cleared her throat and moved to sit on the bed. "Silly? No. Confused? Possibly." Sitting next to her hostess and flopping back on the quilt, Elizabeth sighed loudly. "Men, why are they such miserable creatures?" "Oh, why are they miserable? Or why does one man in particular make you miserable?" Charlotte chuckled. "Mr. Darcy is so... he is so..." Elizabeth had been going to say arrogant, unkind, and proud, but realized from their conversation in the glen that he was much different to how she had always thought him to be. "Yes?" Charlotte's brow lifted, and Elizabeth knew she would not be able to get away with not sharing her confusion with her friend. "Oh, Charlotte, I do not know what to think of the man. First, in Hertfordshire, he was so disdainful it was easy to hate him and wish him forever removed from my life. When I cared for Jane during her illness at Netherfield Park, I would imagine all sorts of devious means of banishing him to the most distant parts of the British Empire. My favourite being him getting lost in the jungles of India, with Caroline Bingley being his sole travelling companion, where he was forced to choose either marriage to the woman or being attacked by a venomous snake." Charlotte tried not to laugh. What a horrid future for the poor man! A viper either way." "Poor man?" Astonished, Elizabeth blurted. "Hardly poor. He throws his wealth around." She stopped, and her tone softened. "No, I cannot claim truthfully that he uses his funds inappropriately." Shaking her head, she looked at the woman sitting next to her, and then threw her arm over to cover her eyes. "I am a blind fool, Charlotte." "He loves you, does he not?" "He has said as much."
Do you believe he will make you an offer?"
"He already has." The words came out slowly. At that, Elizabeth lowered her arm and sat up. "2 nights ago, when my headache kept me from Rosings—" She acknowledged the look of shock on Charlotte's face with a nod. Clasping her hands in her lap, she squeezed her fingers together until her knuckles turned white. "How can he have done so when he was already engaged to Miss de Bourgh? What kind of man would do that?" Charlotte patted her arm, offering the comfort a companion who knew the best and worst of you could provide.
"You refused him, then?"
"How could I not?" Elizabeth stood and walked to the window. "He phrased his offer in such a way as to inform me of his struggles to overcome his aversion to the people I love most in the world, my family." She turned to look at her friend. "We spoke yesterday in the glen, and I came to understand that his ability to make conversation under stressful conditions is a difficulty for him. Immediately he offered an apology. Eventually he relaxed and became quite pleasant to speak with. He told me he loved me, Charlotte, me. Therefore you must feel like he is a traitor of the worst kind, that he is dishonourable and cruel." "Yes, no." Elizabeth moved to sit next to her friend. "I do not know what to think." "Well, I do know what to tell you. For after you walked out of the parlour, both Mr. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam adamantly denied the claims made by my husband. He is most certainly not betrothed to Miss de Bourgh." Elizabeth's shoulders dropped at the news. In her heart of hearts she had wanted it to be so. She had wanted him to be a decent man, one who, though imperfect, was above reproach. "Charlotte—" Even she could hear the hesitancy in her voice. Taking Elizabeth's hand in hers, Charlotte carefully considered her words before speaking. "Do you believe me to be unhappy in my marriage?" I am aware you believe I made a terrible mistake by marrying Mr. Collins. But you would be wrong." Charlotte patted her hand. "You have no clue how wonderful it feels to be adored, to be cherished more than any other woman the man has ever known. Mr. Collins has many areas needing improvement, and slowly we are working together to move him beyond those flaws. I have imperfections that surely irritate him as well. Nevertheless, each morning before I rise, he goes downstairs to pick a flower or bring me a pretty leaf he has collected to set next to my teacup. He has not failed to do so one time since our first morning together." She smiled at the memory. "Yes, he, like your Mr. Darcy, is not good when in company. Yet his care for his parishioners is admirable. He thinks nothing of sitting with a young child, listening to its prattle for as long as the child demands his attention. Mr. Collins spent the whole of the night listening to all 40 years of memories when Mr. Cribbins lost his wife. When he arrived home, he held my hand and then prayed to thank our Heavenly Father for the marriage arrangement." "Oh, Charlotte, how wonderful for you!" Elizabeth's chin dipped as her eyes closed in shame. "Pray accept my apologies for my ignorance." "Might I ask you to open your eyes and see what is in front of you? Mr. Darcy was wrong to injure you with his insult at the Meryton Assembly. But he has also been wronged by having his fundamental character called into question." "By me?" "Yes, by you." Charlotte leaned over and bumped her shoulder against Elizabeth's. "Now tell me, what did Mr. Darcy's letter say?" She could not prevent her sharp inhale. "You noticed?" "I did. And I believe the Colonel saw his cousin slip the letter into your pocket as well." Elizabeth's groan filled the room. "Oh, no." "I am curious. What did it say?" The smile on her friend's face made Elizabeth grasp how ridiculous her own behaviour had been. Reaching under the pillow, she pulled out both letters, still sealed. "I have not a clue." Before the sun started to set, Elizabeth resolved to make her way out of doors. Assuming the gentlemen of Rosings Park were busy with estate matters, so she would not be interrupted, she made her way to the glen, not stopping until she was next to the stream. Never one to be overcome by negativity, she desired to find enjoyment in the remainder of the day. When she recalled her friend's consternation in finding the letters still unopened, she could not contain her smile. Charlotte Collins liked to think of herself as a staid matron, but she was still the friend who would pay rapt attention to Elizabeth's tales of adventure and daring as they lay in the grassy fields between Longbourn and Lucas Lodge, Charlotte's former home. A giggle burst from Elizabeth's chest before she could stop it. As much as she was curious about the contents of the letters, she loved that she had shocked Charlotte so. The late afternoon sun was on her back as she stared over the water. It was a lovely pool, gathering at a bend in the stream, which would be perfect for dipping in during the hot summer months. The blue-grey of the water proclaimed its hold on the winter's chill. This time of year she would keep her walking boots on. Looking down, she spotted a flat stone, about the width of her palm, and knew exactly what to do with it. Bending to retrieve it for her pocket, she spied another one, and then another. Before long, the weight of the stones against the seams of the muslin was heavy enough. Elizabeth worried the fabric would tear. Brushing her hands together to rid herself of the pieces of mud and dirt clinging to her fingers, she lifted a perfect oval and turned it over between her fingers. The first time she had noted Charlotte's brother Robert doing the same, Elizabeth had practised for hours until the stone moved between her fingers with rapidity. She had to laugh at herself. It had been years since she had played with skipping rocks on the water. Turning sideways, she pulled her elbow back after tucking the rock solidly between the circle of her thumb and index finger, and prepared to let it fly. She heard men's voices. Needless to say, her perfect hour in the waning sun was not to be solitary. Colonel Fitzwilliam hailed a greeting, while Mr. Darcy walked silently alongside him. During the time it took her to traverse from Hunsford to the stream, Elizabeth had come to the conclusion that Mr. Darcy was the victim of a manipulative relative, and realized they had one more thing in common. Just as he had to be aware how her mother had planned Jane's horseback ride in the rain to keep her at Mr. Bingley's residence, his aunt was trying to entrap him by her demands into offering for her daughter. It would not do to continue her course of anger and disappointment under the circumstances. Not wanting to give too much thought as to why there had been a measure of disappointment at the idea of Mr. Darcy's betrothal at all, she again cocked her arm back to skip the stone smoothly across the water before they reached her. "I know that pose," stated the Colonel as he approached. Bending down, he selected a flat stone and quickly skipped it across the pond. It bounced 4 times before sinking into the water's depths. For the moment, Elizabeth ignored the Colonel. "Good afternoon, Miss Elizabeth." Darcy bowed at her presence. "I hope—" Instead, she stared at Mr. Darcy in the same manner he had done in the autumn at Netherfield Park. Face devoid of expression, and eyes relaxed as if she had no care in the world except to examine him closely to look for a fault. It was not a good plan. He was devastatingly handsome, with masculine features unmarred by blemish or flaw. His dark eyes flicked over her face, lowered to note her rigid stance, and then alighted back on her eyes. Though he would not be able to read her expression, she could see the worry in his. "I hope you will accept my apologies for the pain I caused you. It was unconsciously done." Darcy bowed again. "I am not engaged to Anne, nor will I ever be. She has no desire to be Mrs. Darcy, and I have never desired her for my wife. Lady Catherine's insisting a marriage will take place does not mean it will happen. She is doomed to bitter disappointment." Elizabeth carefully placed the rock back in her pocket and crossed her arms around her waist. She continued to say nothing. "Pray, Miss Elizabeth, know that I would never dishonour you by offering for you when I was not free to do so. I did not think my aunt would share personal family information with someone wholly unrelated to her. That she did is reprehensible. I will speak to her in clear terms this evening after dinner, so she understands the error of her opinion and her conduct." Elizabeth raised her brow at this. He was a brave man. It was as if that little gesture freed Mr. Darcy from the strict discipline of his stature as he visibly relaxed. "If I might—" Darcy reached into his pocket. Before she saw the top of the paper appear, Elizabeth knew he had another letter for her. She lifted her palm to him and shook her head no. Surprise flickered across his face. "I apologize, but my pockets are full. While I am sorry to disappoint, the fact is that I have no place for a letter." Elizabeth was joyous at being able to confound him. Turning away from him, she watched the Colonel throw a rock as hard and as far as possible. It landed a great distance beyond the pond. "Oh, Hugh! Very unfair, I might add." She stepped to the officer's left side, away from his throwing arm. "How might that be, Miss Elizabeth? I would not want to suspend your pleasure." The Colonel smiled back at her. She lifted the stone from her pocket, hefting it to test its weight and balance. Just before she let it fly, she replied, "I may throw like a girl, but I skip rocks like a boy." 4 long hops, followed by 3 short ones, crossed the stream before the rock sank to the bottom. "Well done!" both men exclaimed. From then on, it became a contest to see which man could throw the farthest. After the first 2 throws, jackets came off and sleeves were rolled up to give them freedom of movement. Not to be left out, each gentleman gathered the flattest stones to try to better the skipping record Elizabeth had set. Once she realized she was seeing them as they were in their youth, she emptied her pockets to provide ammunition as she stepped back and watched the competition unfurl. It was a delight. Though they were highly competitive, when one bettered the other, a shake of the hand or a slap on the shoulder would be offered and shared between them. Their camaraderie, their laughter, and the teasing each was giving one another was insightful, so she used the opportunity to study both men's character. What it revealed stunned her. In reality, she could not take her eyes off Mr. Darcy. Charlotte's words about being adored swirled around and around in her mind. Was she falling in love with the man in front of her? Or was she falling in love with the idea of having a man treat her as Mr. Collins did his wife? The horrid realization that she was again referencing her father's cousin as worthy of imitation was appalling. Though why should it be? Honesty begged an answer. Miss Elizabeth." Darcy caught her attention. "We have 4 stones left. Might you decide how they are best utilized?" He held all 4 rocks in his hand. She had never noticed before the breadth of his palm and the length of his fingers. She refused to ponder her observations any longer.
"Then might I suggest a fitting end to this tournament? Each of you will take a stone and hurl it as far as possible. The victor will be the one with the longest distance. The other 2 stones will be skipped by each of you to try to best my record, which, I might add, has stood against the mountain of rocks of which you have already disposed."
She had to laugh at their expressions. Both men had rolled their eyes at her boast.
They were such children.
Then they eyed each other and chose their stones. First would be the long-distance throw. Mr. Darcy went first. It was a perfect high arch that was released with a grunt and landed in the undergrowth far beyond the stream. The Colonel bounced his rock in his hand. Like his cousin, his greatest strength was on his right side. Stepping forward, he threw the rock with all his might. Similar to his cousin's, it curved high like a rainbow reaching to a distant pot of gold. Unlike Darcy's, it hit against an extended branch from an old oak tree, far short of the other man's mark. Victory to Mr. Darcy. "Oh, this is not over yet, my man," the Colonel asserted as he chose his last stone from the 2 left. "You had 7?" he asked Elizabeth.
"I believe you are well aware of how many skips I made, sir,"
it was said with a smile. Bringing his elbow back after tucking the rock in the curve of his thumb, he let it fly low across the water, 3 long hops and 3 short ones. 6. Elizabeth was still in the lead. As Mr. Darcy bent to retrieve the final smooth stone, Elizabeth taunted,
"I believe you are on the horns of a dilemma. As a gentleman, your tendency might be to graciously allow me, a lady, to win. However, as a sworn competitor against your cousin, to fall short of his mark would be a slight I would imagine he would torment you over for years. Am I correct?"
The Colonel burst out laughing. "You have the right of it, Miss Elizabeth." Darcy held the hand with the rock in it out to Elizabeth. "Or, my lady, I could concede the victory to you without taking my turn. Richard would never know if he had bested me or not. I believe that to be far better torture than to beat him at this as well."
"Ah, I catch your meaning, sir. Nonetheless, there is no honour in not trying."
He bowed to her, a smile stretching from cheek to cheek. "As you wish." Stepping back, he readied his stance and flung the rock over the water. 1, 2, 3. 4 long hops. 5, 6, 7. The rock sank into the water, ending in a tie for her and Darcy, but a win over Richard. Caught up in the moment, the Colonel grabbed Elizabeth's right hand and Mr. Darcy's left, joining them together, lifting their arms into the air and officially declaring them winners. It was done as if she was a cousin who was a regular participant in their sports. When he stepped back to applaud, Darcy and Elizabeth stood side by side, their hands joined together. No gloves, no barriers. Only a sensation akin to the air after a lightning bolt had lit the night sky. Darcy cleared his throat, and Elizabeth longed to do the same. The heat filling her face from her neck to her temple could be blamed on the excitement of the moment. She stepped away from the man who so unnerved her and dropped his hand as she did so.
"Pardon me, sir."
For the first time, she saw mischief in Mr. Darcy's eyes as he bent to retrieve his jacket and swiftly pulled the letter from his pocket. "I believe you now have room, Miss Elizabeth." Like he had done earlier inside the parsonage, he quickly placed the folded parchment into the front pocket of her dress, which was still hanging open from the weight of the rocks. To the victor belong the spoils. She looked down at the paper and back up to his eyes. She yearned to stamp her foot and growl. He had bested her twice that day. He irritated her. He angered her. He had made her laugh and made her question everything she had ever thought about him. Elizabeth knew exactly what she needed to do. "Gentlemen, I believe it is time to return to the parsonage. I thank you for this afternoon's entertainment." Elizabeth turned and walked away, not allowing them time to fix their sleeves and their jackets. Within 2 steps she was running at full speed. At the edge of the glen she stopped and looked back at them. They had not moved. She removed the letter from her pocket and held it in front of her. She could see Mr. Darcy lift his brow as he tilted his head in question. She shook her head without taking her eyes off of him, mimicked his same movements, smiled, and spun back to the path. She did not look back. "She is quite a woman, Darcy." The Colonel caught the same smile on his cousin's face as he had spied when they first headed to the parsonage that morning. "Are you sure you can keep up with her?" Peals of laughter rang from one end of the glade to the other. "I will spend my life trying to do just that." Chapter 4. Curiosity ate away at Darcy, leaving an uncomfortable, nervous feeling in his gut. An unwelcome image of Mrs. Bennet fluttering her handkerchief and calling for her salts popped into his mind, and he shuddered at the similarity. Had Elizabeth read any of his letters yet? He had given her 3 more than he had ever written to a female not his sister. The first was his explanation of his dealings with both Wickham and Bingley. At this point he wished it unwritten or still in his possession, as it had the power to resurrect bitter feelings and stir her ire. He had been angry when he wrote it, and instead of containing a sincere apology, it reflected his heartbreak at her rejection. His second was the one he had fretted over the longest. Never had he attempted to put his feelings into words before. Had anyone inquired into the possibility of him ever attempting to do so, he would have laughed in their face. Until Miss Elizabeth. For her, he would move heaven and earth if it was needed. A task far easier than penning that particular missive. The third was an explanation of his supposed betrothal to Anne. It was an easy leap for him to compare the 2 women. His cousin stayed hidden from her mother in the shadows. Years prior, he had encouraged her to boldly step away from the looming presence of Lady Catherine's authority, to accept her rightful position in her own household. Anne had looked at him as if he was an oddity for even suggesting she do so. Miss Elizabeth? He chuckled to himself. Never would she permit another woman to intimidate her. Caroline Bingley had not done so in Hertfordshire, and his aunt had not flustered Miss Elizabeth during any of her repeated attacks at Rosings Park. The young woman's fearlessness was one of the qualities he cherished most about her, that inner recognition of her own intrinsic value. For a certainty, he would have to give credit to her father for instilling such freedom and confidence in his favourite daughter. Surely she would have at least read his closing lines as she had done on the first missive. Or would she? For the last 2 letters he had planned his script carefully, so his final words would leave a favourable impression, just in case she perused the back page first. Darcy could not help but wonder whether or not his last sentence on this letter in particular would move her to accept his suit. With deep respect and affection, I am forever yours, Fitzwilliam Darcy. Or was it too much? Too soon? Darcy impatiently ran his hands through his hair, completely unconcerned that his valet would frown upon the damage done to his coiffure. There was nothing else he could do. Whether or not she read them was out of his control. It was time to prepare for the evening meal, something to be dreaded when compared to the joy of the day. This latest missive was not nearly as thick and heavy as the first two. Elizabeth worried at the possibility of this being evidence of Mr. Darcy's feelings waning with the decreased number of pages. She held the first two letters in her left hand, after rereading his closing statements on each of them. When she had pulled the last envelope from her pocket, her name was visible in his tightly formed handwriting. Her heart wavered at her firm decision to not look at the back. She yearned to look, just a peek. She was equally afraid. She needed to bravely face the words which had been intended for her eyes alone. Finally, after much time-wasting, ridiculous deliberation, she turned it over and read the back. She sighed. Respect and affection. They were the world's greatest treasure, the pinnacle, the ultimate qualities of highest value, to be desired and sought by every maiden of marriageable age. Elizabeth placed the 3 letters together, carefully stacking them on the sill of the closed window. If she was inclined to be less introspective, she would open them and be done with it. Her curiosity would be satisfied, and her sense of fairness justified. Yet, by doing so, she would get a glimpse into the man she believed few ever saw. Was she ready to take a step which could not be reversed? Courage! No, she told the empty room, I will not. As much as the letters had piqued her inquisitiveness, Elizabeth recognized the torment Mr. Darcy faced by her not opening them. She smiled to herself with glee, determined to continue on this course. Dinner at Rosings, as usual, had been a lengthy monologue from the hostess's end of the table. Opinions of everything, from the current war in France to a tenant's bunions, had been meticulously reported on and dissected by no more than a party of 1. From experience, Darcy knew he was not required to pay particular attention, merely nod on occasion and mutter an indecisive noise that could be taken by his aunt as agreement or not. He had spoken to Anne before dinner, outside of her mother's hearing, confirming her desire to never marry, in particular to never marry him. The instant he had stepped close to his cousin, Lady Catherine had ceased speaking in an effort to overhear what she imagined to be a proposal. The lady was doomed to disappointment. "Darcy, do you have a date in mind?" His mind had wandered off to ponder the beauty of one of the guests at Hunsford, so he looked to the Colonel to see if there had been something in the conversation he had caught which might indicate Lady Catherine's train of thought. Richard shook his head, raising his shoulders in ignorance. Anne stopped chasing a pea around her plate with her knife, dropping her chin so her mother could not catch her eye. He was on his own. "I apologize, Aunt. To what do you refer?" "Your marriage to Anne, of course. I did not fail to miss your private conversation in the parlour before dinner, and discerned you would not have approached my daughter unless your intention was to finally do your duty towards her." His aunt pointed her fork at him, as if to pin him to his seat, until he replied in a manner acceptable to her. "Better this subject is discussed in private." Darcy looked directly into his aunt's eyes. He would not be commandeered or coerced in a matter so monumentally important to his future. "We will discuss it now." She slid back her chair and stomped from the room.
Do not let her change her mind, Darcy."
Anne's voice quivered as she looked at him for the first time since dinner began.
"I will have to do as you both decide, so I beg you to stand firm, William."
"Thank you, cousin. Be assured that when I leave Lady Catherine's sitting-room, I will be as unattached as I am now." 20 minutes later, the front door slammed with such force that the impact reverberated throughout the massive building. As Darcy walked briskly from Rosings to the parsonage, he kicked at every stone or stick, threatening to slow his pace. To think he had thought Elizabeth's rejection was the height of his ire. Ha! Never before had he wanted to do physical harm to a woman. But at that moment in time he would gladly have stuffed a gag in his aunt's mouth and trussed her up like a bird, ready to be cooked and placed in an oven. A hot oven. When he arrived at Hunsford, he inhaled 3 times deeply before knocking. Grateful the house did not keep a butler. He needed time to calm himself. Upon being directed to the parlour, his eyes found the one woman who held all his hopes and dreams in her petite hands. "Mrs. Collins, might I have a word in private with Miss Elizabeth, and would you attend us?" He was intensely grateful the master of the house was not present, as he neither wanted him to know the details of the conversation, nor report his presence at Hunsford to Lady Catherine.
"Certainly, sir."
Charlotte whispered to her young sister, who immediately vacated the room. Taking a seat in the corner, she quickly chose a project out of the mending basket and went to work. "Mr. Darcy?" He could see the confusion in Miss Elizabeth's eyes as he stepped closer to where she had stood at his abrupt entrance. "Do you have the letters?"
"I do."
She pulled them from her pocket. When he glanced at Mrs. Collins, Elizabeth added, "I trust Charlotte with my secrets," but did not know if the loyalty of her maid belonged to her mistress or to Lady Catherine. "Would that I had done the same."
"Sir, what has happened?"
"Mrs. Collins knows of all 3.
"She is aware of the first 2.
Have you read them?"
"I have not."
He wanted to demand, "Why not?" He sucked in a breath and let it out slowly. "I beg you to do so now." From his countenance, Elizabeth understood it was not the time to tease. He looked defeated and angry. Taking a candle to a chair by the window, she used the light of the rising moon to determine which of the 3 was the first. Out of habit, she turned it to read the farewell. "I will only add, God bless you, Fitzwilliam Darcy." In this instant, she suddenly hoped it was a portent. Breaking the seal, Elizabeth unfolded the pages and started reading. Within seconds, her hand went to her throat, and the colour left her face. Darcy recognized when she had arrived at the point where he discussed the events from Ramsgate, where his former childhood friend, George Wickham, had encouraged his then 15-year-old sister, Georgiana, to elope. The memory of her disclosing the plan the day before they were scheduled to leave for Scotland, and her subsequent heartbreak at finding out her dowry was Wickham's sole motive, was as fresh as if it had happened only moments ago. Darcy brushed his hand over his mouth, striving to keep himself under good regulation.
"Oh, your poor sister,"
Elizabeth whispered. She kept reading, finally reaching the end. Pulling a chair close so their conversation could continue in private, he began relating the conversation with his Aunt Catherine. "Apparently, a close acquaintance of my aunt was also visiting Ramsgate this summer. She identified Georgiana and reported seeing her often with a gentleman, who you now know was Wickham, alone. Moments ago, Aunt Catherine waved her friend's letter under my nose as proof she had leverage to force me to act according to her desires. He could see the shock on Miss Elizabeth's face, and he was comforted with her empathy. Pray read the third letter. Elizabeth handed over the one she had finished, so he could refold it. He was grateful his hands had a purpose. This time she quickly broke the seal and pulled the papers apart. Dropping her eyes, she began to silently read. He clearly recalled every word. Dear Miss Bennet, each time I am in your company, my heart is filled with an effervescence, a lightness such as I have not known since my youth. My happy childhood has been replaced by a mountain of responsibility and care for others. Until you, I felt so alone. Upon coming to know you better at Netherfield Park, I longed for your company, to share intelligent conversation and your joy of life. As much as I desire to gift you with the same brightness and kindness you radiate to those around you, circumstances infringe, and time after time I leave you in pain. I feel my regrets deeply. Prior to the death of my parents, I had never heard of my aunt's claim that I had a particular betrothal since the cradle to Anne. Once my beloved father was gone, the subject became all I heard from my mother's elder sister. Anne and I have spoken of this, and she has no desire to leave Rosings. She fears she would not survive the birth of a child, and my very position in life requires an heir. With that said, even though I love her as a cousin, I do not love her as I would a wife. Only you have possession of my heart. I am my own master. I will not be forced into decisions which will not benefit my sister and my home. Therefore, whom I chose as the next mistress of Pemberley will be my choice alone. You are aware of my heart's desire. It is you I love, only you. Until the time that we are either joined together in matrimony, or until you tell me there no longer is hope, pray know that I will beg your forgiveness as often as I see you, until we are free to enjoy each other's company without interference. With deep respect and affection, I am forever yours, Fitzwilliam Darcy. Elizabeth's hands were clinched tightly on each side of the parchment. She is demanding you marry your cousin, or she will use the information about Miss Darcy against you. Has she no familial affection or loyalty? Her voice rose in volume with each word, and her eyes bored into his own, anger radiating from every inch of her. She is, and no, she has none. He had not begun to hope for this reaction. Had Miss Elizabeth not cared for him, she would have returned his letters and wished him well with his marriage to his cousin. He took it as a good sign that she was equally as upset as he. For the first time since dinner was announced, relief appeared within his grasp. I take it from the fact you are here that she did not respond well to your refusal. A smile played at the corners of Elizabeth's mouth. He could tell she was imagining the scene. Lady Catherine de Bourgh would not wear disappointment well. Darcy wanted to grab Elizabeth to him and hold her tight, comprehending his character enough to know he would not give in. I have no reason to believe she will not follow through with her threat. How can we protect Miss Darcy? We? Music to his ears. Before I offer suggestions as to how we might do so, I ask that you read the second letter. A rivulet of perspiration meandered down the centre of his back as she broke the seal. This letter had been meant for her to read in private, not in front of him, where he would be open and exposed. He held his breath as she looked at the parchment. My dearest Elizabeth, yes, to me you are the dearest of women. Your tender care of Miss Bennet when she was ill, your attempts to provide guidance to Miss Catherine and Miss Lydia, and your offers of comfort to Mrs. Bennet are all testimony to the quality of character I so admire, for I do admire you greatly. Your inquisitive mind overflows with intelligence and wit far superior to my own. Each night when I retired after being in your company, I would review our conversations, and good cheer would fill my soul. My firm opinion is that the Bible writer at Proverbs 31 had you in mind when he listed the definition of a truly accomplished woman. You see, like him, I searched for a virtuous lady to be my wife, one whose value was above rubies, someone who would stand beside me, seeking good for our household. Someone like you, who is generous and honourable, someone who opens her mouth with wisdom and whose law is that of loving kindness. You, my Elizabeth, have excelled above all. You have no equal, and I fear that without you, my life will be bereft of even a fragment of potential for happiness. My shameful words at the Meryton Assembly were uttered when I had not taken a look at you. When I finally opened my eyes to see the lady in front of me, I found an unparalleled beauty, a woman so stunningly attractive. I can see each of your features by closing my eyes, your lustrous hair, the curve of your lips when you smile, the strong bones of your cheeks, the softness of your skin, and the finest eyes I have ever seen. I am bewitched, my lady. I love you dearly, and forever will. From my humble heart to yours, your servant, Fitzwilliam Darcy. When he saw the first teardrop hit the paper, he had to ask, Is there even a measure of hope for me? Elizabeth wiped her tears away with her fingers and resolutely raised her eyes to his. Mr. Darcy, earlier Charlotte conveyed, in a powerful way, the power a man has when he shows his adoration and devotion to a woman. Rather than making her weak, it makes her strong, able to conquer and overcome the most negative of situations, so that she rises above, glories even, until she becomes happier than she had ever imagined possible. Elizabeth gulped in a breath as her mind struggled to search the leanings of her heart. She hated to disappoint him. Nonetheless, she had to know. Sir, if I say there is no hope, what will you do? I cannot answer you, Elizabeth, as I cannot believe you will. I refuse to believe you cannot see yourself as being anywhere other than beside me. He would not be crushed, he would not tremble. Unlike the other letters, she did not hand it to him. Instead, she clasped it to her chest. I will stand by you. It was simply said, 5 words so compelling they robbed him of his breath. You will? He stood as she did, watching her fold the letter and place it in her pocket. When she held her hand out to him, he bowed over it and kissed the back, and, quickly turning it over, kissed the inside of her wrist as well. While I thank you for your kiss, the letters, please. He saw it then, the twitch of her brow and the lift of her lips. All would be right in his world. You will be my wife? Yes, say yes. I believe I agreed to stay beside you as your friend, Mr. Darcy. I love you, Elizabeth. He felt the first small rip in his composure.
And I thank you for the compliment in telling me so.
She pulled the letters from his hand, tucking them into her pocket so the three were together again.
While there is no doubt your words touch my heart, I do not know if what I feel is compassion or the beginnings of love. In a race to the altar, you are far ahead of me.
Yet you are on the same path I am. Appreciating her skill at dignifying his emotions, he saw her humour. I cannot imagine you allowing me to lead you along a bit faster. Rich peals of laughter filled the room. Elizabeth was at her loveliest when joy filled her heart.
You are coming to know me better day by day. I will move at my own pace.
Then I will accept each step you take with me. When he bent to kiss her hand, a cacophony of loud bangs and heavy footsteps came from the entrance hall. If he guessed correctly, the master of the household had arrived, and so had Lady Catherine.
Chapter 5.
Elizabeth was stunned when it was Colonel Fitzwilliam who entered the parlour, with Mr. Collins following him so closely he resembled the larger man's shadow. Darcy, Anne has taken a turn, and Aunt Catherine requests Mrs. Collins to accompany us to her side immediately. Everything about his stature proclaimed him a military officer used to authority and obedience. As soon as the words left his mouth, he turned and quit the house. While Charlotte quietly assured her husband she would ready herself right away, Darcy stood unmoving. At the first sound of their entrance, he had moved protectively in front of Elizabeth, melting a little spot in the far reaches of her heart in the process. Reaching her fingers to where his hands were tightly clasped behind his back, Elizabeth quickly wiggled them until they were between his palms. He wrapped his hands around hers, weaving his fingers with her own.
"Mr. Darcy,"
she whispered, leaning closely so only he would hear.
"Your cousin, Miss de Bourgh, needs you, and I imagine Lady Catherine does as well."
He shook his head, shaking off the trance, and squeezed her hand in gratitude. Apparently she was not the only one surprised at who came through the door. "Thank you, Miss Elizabeth." Darcy moved even closer, his baritone a soft vibration in her ear. "Walk in the grove at first light, I pray you." She nodded and stepped away from him. The immediate deprivation of comfort disturbed her composure, as if a bolt of energy had left her unwillingly. She glanced at Mr. Darcy's face to see if he had noticed, and saw he too appeared to have felt the loss. Within minutes, the Colonel, Mr. Darcy, and Charlotte were gone, leaving Elizabeth in the parlour with Mr. Collins. The opened door signalled the departure of their company, and reflected the dark hole Elizabeth felt inside. Honesty demanded she admit to herself that it was not the Colonel and Charlotte who had taken the life out of the room. "Oh, Lady Catherine most assuredly requires my services. I would not want to fail her in her hour of need." Her father's cousin stood mumbling in the middle of the room, wringing his hands, uncertain of the correct course he should follow. "However, it was not me she asked for. My dear Charlotte will be a comfort to her and a help to Miss de Bourgh."
"I am sure she shall."
She sought to reassure him as he suddenly appeared like a lost boy, looking for someone to point him home. "Oh, you are undoubtedly correct, Cousin Elizabeth. There is not another woman quite like my Charlotte, though I would be there to support her if I could. She is not as aware of the intricacies of Lady Catherine's household as I, and I would despise myself for ever should this lack cause Lady Catherine distress under these circumstances." His response told her more than words how unsettled he was at not being invited to help Lady Catherine. Elizabeth was pleased he was not trying to presume on his patroness, and was surprised at his not doing so. She was learning again that her initial judgments of her abilities to accurately sketch the character of a man was skewed to the point of being non-existent. She shook her head, disappointment at herself flooding her from head to toe. When will she learn? "Oh, heavens, no!" Elizabeth was curious at his outburst, and watched Mr. Collins stumble to the corner where Charlotte had been sitting. "My dear wife dropped her shawl." He held the fabric up for Elizabeth's inspection. "This was my gift in appreciation for her accepting my hand. She has not gone an evening without wearing it on her shoulders." He held his hands up in the air. "Charlotte will fret if she does not have it." Elizabeth could see his concern was genuine. Again she was reminded of her friend's words of commendation for her husband's admiration. Never had she been as blatantly aware of her own faulty opinions as she was at that moment. She was ashamed at her false sense of intellectual superiority. Elizabeth decided to make amends now. "I would hate to see her distressed, sir. Possibly you might take it to her. At the same time, you could inquire as to Lady Catherine's needs and the condition of her daughter. Maria and I would surely be relieved at hearing she has improved." "Oh, you are right, cousin. It is my duty to my bride to see to her comfort. Then, if the situation arises, I will ask after my patroness." As soon as the words were uttered, he exited the house for the walk to Rosings Park, holding the shawl carefully between his hands. Elizabeth suddenly felt very lonely. She wrapped her arms around herself, rubbing her hands up and down her arms. The curtains had yet to be closed, so she moved to the window. Several items kept floating around her mind as she looked out into the darkness. First, Mr. Darcy himself. He had a presence that easily dominated a room. He drew people's attention, including hers, to the point that it only just occurred to her that she had been watching him as often as she had caught him watching her. What a novel, embarrassing thought. Secondly, as she expected him to adjust his thinking after she had so rudely humiliated him with her refusal, it was imperative that she adjust her thinking as well. How had she become so lofty in her opinions? How and when had her viewpoints become one-sided and short-sighted? Elizabeth gnawed on her upper lip as she pondered the course in becoming a wiser woman. Lastly, the change needed to be motivated by the desire to improve herself for herself, not to please a man she was beginning to find was worthy of pleasing. She sighed. Before Mr. Darcy had stepped away from her, his hand had briefly brushed against the small of her back. Chills, raising the hair on her forearms, covered her body at the memory of his touch. How is it possible for his hand to be light yet firm at the same time? Though no one was witness, she blushed at her desire to have his hand linger. I am wanton. Closing her eyes, she remembered the feel of the calluses on his fingers against her own tender skin when she had held his hand, and wondered if he felt the same need to remain close in each other's company. All of her senses were engaged. The light blue of his waistcoat with silver threads shot through, his touch, the faint smell of sandalwood and citrus remaining from his morning grooming, and the scent of his breath on her cheek as he whispered his desire to meet her in the glen. She shivered. "Oh, Elizabeth Bennet, get control of yourself." Hands on her hips, she turned away from the window and paced from one end of the small room to the other. Back and forth, her speed increasing with each lap, her ire at herself growing with each step. How could she now admire a man whom she had vowed to hate forever only 3 evenings prior? Easily recalling their interactions since their acquaintance in the autumn, Elizabeth finally admitted to herself that she had wanted his admiration, and it had hurt to think he had found her wanting, lacking enough beauty and character to attract him. Stopping in the centre of the room, undoubtedly in a pose similar to Mr. Collins's, she admitted the truth of Charlotte's words. The attentions, affections, and respect of a man had far-reaching effects, like tentacles reaching into the distant portions of her heart to dislodge all the rancour from its midst. She liked her rancour right where it was, thank you. Hating Mr. Darcy had become a habit, a justification for sly smiles and pithy sayings, an intellectual stimulus to satisfy her own opinions. She sighed. Whenever her youngest sister spoke of romance, the pragmatic Sister Mary piously uttered the words of the prophet Jeremiah, who stated in the scriptures that the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? So, what would an analysis of her mind reveal about Mr. Darcy? As her heart was blatantly aware, he was handsome, rich, and powerful. His coming annually to care for Lady Catherine's estate, when it was obvious it was joyless, proved he was responsible. He loved his sister to the point that her anguish over Ramsgate caused him pain. He had the respect and friendship of 2 good men, Colonel Fitzwilliam and Mr. Bingley, and he could throw a rock further than any person she knew. He was rude and condescending. His disapprobation for those beneath his elevated sphere was shown without restraint. He had personally insulted herself, her parents, her younger sisters, her aunt and uncle, and her friends, all in the first evening he had been in Hertfordshire. She had to admit it took a certain level of skill to have done so. The smile flirting with her lips finally burst forth as she shook her head at herself. Simply put, she was being nonsensical. He confounded her, and angered her, and teased her, and he loved her. He loved her. Her deep sigh filled the room. What was she going to do with Mr. Darcy? "Where have you been?" Lady Catherine's demand started the second he walked into Rosings. Even though he knew she was speaking to Darcy, Richard was not above utilising his little torments to aggravate his aunt. Thus his reply. "You directed me to have Mrs. Collins come to care for Anne. I was at Hunsford. Look, she is here." He swept his arm towards Charlotte as he bowed to Lady Catherine. "Why are you talking to me, Richard? Take Mrs. Collins upstairs to Anne. I need to speak with Darcy, alone." Her tone brooked no argument, so he gave none as he left to do as bid. As he walked up the staircase with Mrs. Collins, he could not keep himself from fishing for information. "Your friend has my cousin tied up in knots." "I believe he has done the same to her as well." Charlotte looked directly into his eyes as she stopped on the last stair. Her voice was firm. "We will not interfere, will we, Colonel?" "Ah, she is an accomplished angler." He shrugged his shoulders. He would have to try another tactic to help Darcy. Right now, he had best tend to Anne. "I will try to keep my 2 big feet out of their business." Mrs. Collins planted her feet firmly on the step, her brow furrowed. "See that you do." How is Anne?" Darcy was concerned for his cousin. For all of his life he had known her to be frail. They had not been able to play together as children, as her mother had kept her coddled and close. Not that they had much in common, other than being children of two sisters. Anne was just over a year older than him. "She is heartbroken, is what she is. You have no care that in shirking your responsibility towards her, you have damaged her heart, and will be single-handedly accountable for her death if it should come to that." Lady Catherine stepped closer to him with each word, until she stood so close he could see the powder encrusted between each line on her face. "You are speaking of me?" Darcy was aghast at the insult. "I cut my milk teeth on responsibility and duty, Lady Catherine. I care for my cousin, but no more than familial affection. You will not coerce, badger, or threaten me into acquiescence with your plans." "Then you leave me no choice but to make public the disgraceful conduct of Georgiana. If your mother knew the depths you have fallen to, how you callously offer your sister up to public reproach and shame, she would wash her hands of you, Fitzwilliam Darcy. Your father would be ashamed." "Do not bring Georgiana or my parents into this, aunt, for it is you of whom they would be ashamed. You who have long laid claim to being the protector of the family name." Darcy sucked his breath, his front teeth grinding as he tightened his jaw. "Since your cradle you were formed for Anne. Your marriage would be the means of uniting two great estates into the largest land ownership in England. It was destiny when you were born heir, Darcy. I will have it no other way." "Why? Why are you so insistent when you know marriage to me would not make your child happy? What have you to gain from this match? For I cannot believe your dreams are for Anne's benefit." "Of course she would be happy. She was raised to be the next mistress of Pemberley." "Why would you begin to think so? Was she trained to manage a household? Was she presented at court? Did she have a season? Does she dance at balls? Can she hold a conversation with her peers? I love my cousin, but she is hardly qualified to be my wife." Darcy could not keep the sneer from his voice, and felt sure it was reflected on his face. He had been reared to respect those older than himself, yet the woman sputtering in front of him was laughable. "Anne has been under my tutelage since birth. Her regal qualities, her elegant carriage, will compliment you in society. Like me, she would be the perfect wife for a Darcy." "What?" He was incredulous. "Like you? My father had no interest in you. He loved my mother until he took his last breath. He had eyes for no other woman, certainly not the sister of his dead wife." Her laugh was bitter and grated on him, causing him to step back from her. The thought of his kind father married to the belligerent Catherine de Bourgh was enough to set his stomach churning. "It was I who should have been mistress of Pemberley, me. My sister was weak and frail, but George Darcy could not see past her beauty to a woman of real worth. I would have helped him prosper. I would have made sure he was recognized by the king. He would have been no less than a lord had he married me." "But he did not marry you, and I am glad of it." "Upon my word, Anne will be the next Mrs. Darcy." Lady Catherine pointed her finger at him, a look of fierce determination on her face. "I will prevail." He was tired of this, tired of the same old arguments, and tired of not being heard. He turned and walked to the fireplace, using the mantel against which to rest his weary self. After a moment, he approached his aunt, stopping at an arm's length away. "In this you will not. Neither will you use the information about Georgiana against her. For if you do, I will cut you in public. I will make it known in our circle that you are unstable and unfit to see to the needs of your own household, which is the reason I have been assisting you for the last 5 years. You would be scorned, and nobody but a fool would listen to you."
"You would threaten me?"
She poked her finger at her chest, a look of horror on her face. "How does it feel, Lady Catherine? Do you feel the threat? Can you imagine the scorn?"
"Oh, you would not dare!"
she blustered. Calmness settled over him like a heavy winter coat. He lifted his brow in the same manner he had witnessed Elizabeth do many times against him. Lowering his voice, so she had to lean forward to hear him, he looked her in the eyes and plainly stated, "I dare."
"Get out!"
He was certain the distant neighbours could hear her shout,
"Get out of my sight this instant!"
He was more than pleased to do so. "How is she?" Darcy had gone upstairs, where he was met by his cousin in the hallway outside Anne's chambers. "The doctor has administered laudanum to settle her, so she should sleep most of the night." At Darcy's nod, he continued, "How are you faring?" "You heard?"
"Oh, I believe Father and Mother heard all the way in London."
He rested his hand on Darcy's shoulder.
"If you are ever to have a life and a happy future, you must stand firm."
"Of this I am aware." Darcy ran his hand over his face to wipe away the residue of his aunt's poisonous words. The men were surprised when the maid opened the door and invited them into Anne's rooms. Mrs. Collins was sitting on a chair which had been pulled up to the bed and was stroking Anne's hand as she spoke, without turning to the men. "The doctor believes this is nothing more than one of her spells, brought upon her from overly excited emotions. He expects her to be returned to her normal health by morning." Darcy looked at Richard. It was not what they had expected to hear. "Mrs. Collins, are you saying she is not as weak as we have been told?"
"I am not saying that at all, sirs."
Charlotte directed the maid to bring 2 additional chairs. Once the men were seated, she began again. "Miss de Bourgh is frail. Her body is fragile, and her emotions seem to be the same. I believe the physician meant that she would be unchanged when the medicine wears off, not that there would be an improvement in her overall condition." The men nodded. They had just seated themselves when a light knock was heard on the door. The footman carried a message for Mrs. Collins to meet her husband in the entrance hall. As soon as she vacated the room, the cousins whispered between themselves so the servant in the corner could not hear. They decided to wait in the hallway for the parson's wife to return. "I am grateful she was not made worse." Darcy loved Anne and felt a measure of guilt that he might have caused her attack.
"Cousin, remember her words to you before you left the table. She has no desire to marry at all. For you to give in to Aunt Catherine would cause her far more agony and misery than hearing her mother's voice raised. Good heavens, the woman has 1 volume, and it is loud."
"When I was little, and my mother would rock me in her chair, she would sing to me softly, one of my most cherished memories. As I aged, I wondered if our aunt did the same for Anne."
"Oh, I cannot see it," Richard snorted. "Can you imagine? Poor little Anne. Aunt Catherine has long claimed to be an untrained musical proficient. What is that anyway?"
Darcy smiled and shook his head. "I have no clue."
"Say, Darce, your Miss Elizabeth can sing, though her playing is not as fine as Georgie's. Once you can convince her to accept you, Pemberley will be filled with joyful sound. Now that is something to put your mind to, is it not? How is your courtship coming, by the by? Any progress to report?"
"You sound like an officer, Richard. expecting me to report in after rallying the troops. This is not a battle to be won."
"It is not?"
He heard the surprise in his cousin's voice and knew it to be genuine. He was not being teased, currently. "No. It is the way of men to hunt down and conquer. I recognize that about our sex. However, the female mind does not seem to work in the same manner. They nurture rather than overthrow. They gently prod rather than push. It is their way, so I am rethinking my approach."
"Oh, I see. You come at them from the flank, then."
Richard used his hands to mimic the action. "Have you ever been in love before, Rich?" His cousin was a worldly man who had enjoyed the company and companionship of many women. Darcy had never thought to ask him before.
"Me? In love?"
The Colonel was stunned.
"Well, you don't need to sound like I asked if you had a disease."
Darcy chuckled. "I am serious. Have you ever been in love?" Richard put his hand to his chin and rubbed it for a bit before answering.
"Oh, I cannot say I ever have been. In fact, I have not given much thought to the matter. I enjoy my career, Darcy. I enjoy giving orders, and I do not know one woman who likes taking them."
Both men laughed softly, so they would not disturb anyone in the household.
"In truth, I might be tempted if I found a woman like Miss Elizabeth. I was not teasing when I asked if you could keep up with her. She is the kind of woman who would settle your home and turn your life upside down."
Mrs. Collins approached where they were seated outside Anne's door. "Pardon me, sirs. Your aunt has gone to her bedchamber, and I do not believe she will appreciate any disturbance tonight, unless Mr. Berg takes a turn for the worst. If you are willing to remain, I will return to Hunsford with my husband. I do not feel comfortable leaving guests on their own. Well, Eliza would be well, but my young sister has never been left alone." Both men were quick to assure her of their attention to their cousin, so she felt free to leave. She did so.
"She is a practical sort of woman,"
the Colonel observed. "Is that what you would want?"
"Practical? Oh, I do not know. I suppose the woman who finally catches my eye would have to have a measure of practicality, a fuller measure of beauty and wit, and an even greater measure of wealth before I was caught up in the parson's trap."
"Then you have not been in love, cousin, as no amount of wealth brings the same contentment as being with a kind, practical, witty woman?"
Richard interjected, "spoken like a rich man."
Darcy kicked his cousin's boot with his own. They smiled. It was the camaraderie between two good friends who were both good men. As predicted, Anne slept through most of the night. Before daybreak, Darcy woke to the maid requesting his assistance. Anne was awake. "May I bring you anything?" Her tone was weak, though firm. "How is it you are here? Where's Mrs. Collins?" She went home to see to her guests. "Might you get me water? I am thirsty." When Darcy helped her up to drink, he was surprised at the firmness of the muscles in her back, where he had expected a soft flaccidness. He almost pulled his arm away as he verified it was indeed Anne. "I thank you." Anne drank the cup empty. "I am always exceedingly thirsty after being drugged." "Pray forgive me, cousin. It was not my intention to distress you at dinner." Her laugh was lacking in mirth. "Is this not just like you to take responsibility where it is not yours to take? I was merely tired of Mother's histrionics and wanted peace." He felt his jaw drop. "Oh, do not be surprised, William. I have my own methods of survival in this household. In but 11 months I will reach the age of 30. If you recall, my father's last will and testament outlines that if I am unmarried at that age, I inherit Rosings' estate. All of it. then it will be me, rather than Mother, who rules this particular roost." Darcy was stunned beyond belief. Never would he have imagined this was his frail cousin's plans. He looked at her completely differently to how he ever had before. Who was this woman? She laughed joyfully this time. "Oh, cousin, you should see the look on your face. It is priceless. My hope is that you will be here when I tell my mother the dower house is being prepared for her." "Are you ready for the struggle, Anne? I cannot see her letting go without a fierce fight."
"Cousin William, I am not her daughter for nothing."
A gleam filled her eyes.
"I do have one regret in not marrying you, but mayhaps you will satisfy my curiosity."
"Whatever I can do to assist you, I will do."
"Kiss me."
"What?" The clock on the table kept ticking, though he feared his heart would not.
"You said you would do what you could to assist me. It is that one thing I ask of you, a simple matter of one kiss. I believe you have many to spare."
Darcy shook his head. Compromising, he picked up her hand and placed a quick brush of his lips on the back. She was shaking her head.
"Oh, no. Since I do not plan to marry, I have yet to receive my first real kiss. You owe it to me, William. Now do it."
He felt his heart sink to the soles of his boots. How could he disappoint her? Though he understood why his cousin was asking it of him, he would have to rescind his word. He would not do anything within his power to help her. "I will not." He would feel a traitor to Elizabeth if he did so. Her laughter filled the room until it woke Richard. Darcy shook his head, completely perplexed by all that had taken place since he had woken the day before.
"I would have been surprised had you done so. Your honour is as much a part of you as your determined stubbornness."
"Were you testing me?" "Anne!" She laughed louder. He was not pleased. The sun was starting to peek over the horizon, and he had an appointment to keep in the glen. He stood and bowed to her. "I wish you the best, Anne. None the less, I am tired of being pushed and pulled by my family to do their bidding, when it is in direct contrast to my hopes and desires. I am finished." At that, he walked out of the room to quickly refresh himself before he left Rosings to meet Elizabeth. For the first time in hours, he smiled. Chapter 6. Early morning fog swirled from every direction as Elizabeth closed the door to the parsonage. She pulled her shawl tighter and recalled Mr. Collins's gift to his bride. True to his words, Elizabeth had observed her friend regularly using his present to ward off the chill of the evening. The fabric was a lovely shade of light blue, Charlotte's favourite colour. Another case where Elizabeth had thought she was right, but was wrong. As she stepped off the stone porch, she could not help but meditate on the meaning of Mr. Darcy's request. Best not try to guess his purpose, as she was not doing well at reading him correctly either. The happiness of the sleepy flowers distracted her, lifting their elegant faces to the little sunlight beams filtering through the mist and greeting her at the garden's edge. The garden was trimmed and weed-free, superbly kept by Mr. Collins himself. How could the day not bring a smile to her face when Charlotte was contented, the sun continued to rise, and Mr. Darcy awaited her down the pathway? Unintentionally, she hurried her steps. Fallen dew clung to her walking boots and the hem of her petticoat and dress. 6 inches deep in mud, Elizabeth snickered. To find out Mr. Darcy had been willing to overlook her wind-blown hair and splattered garments when she had walked the 3 miles to care for her ill sister, when he was forever impeccably groomed, widened her smile. The morning was perfect for a stroll, and soon she was at the edge of the glen. He was there. He stood at the edge of the water where they had thrown rocks the day before. Was it only the day before? It seemed like a lifetime ago. She cleared her throat, and he turned. She heard her name softly floating on the breeze. With confidence he walked towards her, his greatcoat flapping with each step. He did not look down, nor did he survey the glen. His eyes were solely on her. Elizabeth squeezed through the arboreal boundary and walked towards him, equally as confident. 3 steps from her, he rumbled, "I need to hold you." He did not stop. Her heart immediately went to battle with her mind. It was one-sided in favor of reason, until she looked into his eyes and saw the truth. It was he who needed to be held. Pulling the ribbons, she dropped her bonnet to the ground, in time to reach out and clasp him around the waist. His long arms gathered her to him tightly until she felt they were one flesh. As she turned her head to rest on his chest, his lowered so his cheek was on her curls. She felt him quiver. They stood in the field for the longest time, holding each other, him chanting her Christian name over and over as she listened to the pounding rhythm of his heart. When his breathing finally regulated, the beats became steadily slower, until Elizabeth knew he was again under his normal control. She was surprised at herself. Never had she been held this close by a man, not her father. Not even her favourite uncle, Edward Gardiner, had given her more than a cursory embrace. She felt secure, protected, and cherished. "Mr. Darcy?" Elizabeth knew not to lift her head when she spoke. She pressed it to his chest. His mouth would be too close to hers if she had done so, his lips mere inches away. Temptation. "I plead with you, Elizabeth. Call me William, as my family does when we are not in company. I pray you." He spoke softly into her hair. She knew she had chosen wisely when his words were followed by his lips touching her temple. Their first kiss, if it happened, would be when and if she had fully decided to marry him, not before. She swallowed. "Mr. Darcy, William, is Miss de Bourgh, did Miss de Bourgh—" "Do not fret, she is alive and as well as can be." Even he heard the bitterness to his words. He inhaled sharply. "Pardon me, I pray you. My conversation with my aunt did not go well. The exchange I had with Anne was even more unsettling." He stiffened his spine. "I was privy to a whole new side of my cousin. She is not the woman I thought her to be." "How so?" "I had long suspected her character to be in a constant state of vulnerability, as a result of her voluntarily withdrawing from her mother's haranguing. What I discovered this morning was a duplicitous nature clothed in diabolical schemes." He brought his arms from around her and held her at her shoulders. As soon as he did, her hands dropped to her side. When he stepped back, she finally looked closely at his face. Misery and anger was etched on his brow, and his lips were firmly pressed together. "Would you walk with me?" she asked. Relief flashed across his face as he offered her his arm. They stepped towards the sun's rays and did not speak until they were back at the stream. She quickly gathered stones and held one after another to him. Each time he hurled the rock with all his strength, grunting from the effort. When he had thrown the 12th pebble across the pond, he turned and offered her his hand. Lacing her fingers in his, they ambled around the glen in silence, listening to the bees buzzing from flower to flower and the birds chirping amongst themselves from the trees. "Miss de Bourgh?" She squeezed his hand, deciding to give him a place to start the conversation. My cousin has chosen not to marry." He looked to her, possibly for reassurance. She was not sure. You know this already, but she restated her plans most succinctly this morning." Elizabeth tilted her head sideways, questioning without words. "Yes, I was in her room this morning at her request. Richard slept in the hallway. The door was opened, and a maid was in the corner. She had requested help to sit up to partake of water. After the laudanum, her thirst was great. It was then that she spoke of her plans." "And this was good?" She was shocked when he released her hand and turned away from her. No, it was not good. His head dropped, and worry filled her soul. "What did she do to you?" Her voice demanded an answer. At her words, he spun back to her. "Do to me?" He raised his arms from his sides, as if petitioning the heavens for a blessing. Dropping his hands, he stepped directly in front of her. "You are a woman above all women, Elizabeth Bennet. I was in her darkened bedchamber, she was in her nightclothes, and the maid was asleep. Yet you wonder not about my conduct, but hers? You are an honourable man." She asked me to kiss her, to satisfy her curiosity. She said I owed her. His voice rose with each sentence. "Balderdash!" Elizabeth spit the word from her mouth as if unpalatable drink had crossed her tongue. "You owe her nothing. You care for her estate, you care for her mother and her, yet you expect nothing in return. She had no right to ask it of you. Not only was it imprudent and wanton of her to do so, but she, as your family, should have known you would not go against your morals or your conscience." She said it was a test. He looked so defeated. "How dare she?" Elizabeth's ire threatened to overcome her good reason. Miss Anne de Bourgh was an invalid. Nevertheless, Elizabeth longed to march back to Rosings and tell her how a genuine woman of quality acts with the male sex. "I fear, William, that she is more like her mother than I had expected. She is not the timid little bird I thought her to be. Rather, she is a harpy eagle with talons, wanting to claw into you, to control you to her will." Elizabeth. Darcy's smile had grown with each word. "I thank you with my whole heart that you believe me." She said nothing in reply. Instead, she reached for his arm and pulled him back towards the pond. "I was equally as surprised as you at Anne's actions. I, too, thought her incapable of such a display." Darcy covered her hand with his. "You are correct. She is as much a Fitzwilliam as a de Bourgh. I had forgotten that detail until your tirade." "Tirade?" She smiled back at him. "Then we are warned, are we not?" At his nod, she continued. "William, my pocket is unabashedly empty." He smiled. "I started a letter to you during the night, but I was so upset I was not able to finish it. My apologies, my lady." He offered her a courtly bow. Elizabeth stopped. "Pray tell me you did not leave it where a maid, loyal to Lady Catherine, will see it, I pray you." Releasing her hand, he covered his face, groaning as he bent from his waist. "Lord in heaven! I tossed it into the fireplace when I knew it would not be finished. The maid will deliver coals and will see it. If she can read, she would know to deliver it to her mistress for a reward." "What did it say? Was I implicated, or could it be explained as a letter to your sister?" Darcy gulped, his face now white. He closed his eyes as if picturing the ink-covered parchment. Then he spoke. "My dearest Elizabeth, words cannot describe how much I desire your soothing company. When I close my eyes in the darkness, I dream only of you. My life is quickly spinning out of my control, as people who should want what is best for me are scrambling to grab all they can get instead. I need you, my dear girl, more than I need my next breath." I stopped there, as, by then, my only thought was to see you. At first my choice was to leave it there where I could finish it later. Yet the need to be in your company was so compelling that I flung it into the cold fireplace and thought of it no more. She could feel her face draining of all colour, and knew she looked similar to him. "Elizabeth, I will go now to rescue the missive. Do not be concerned. It is still early yet. Possibly the maid has not yet come, or it could be one of the days my aunt will decide to save the coal for a chillier morning."
"You are concerned. Therefore I will be as well."
"I love you."
Elizabeth held her breath, wishing the birds would quiet and the breeze would stop, so she could hear again and again the words in her mind exactly as he had uttered them. Listening to each syllable spoken aloud was far more moving than reading them in his letters. She knew not how to react. His smile was so tender, she could not help but smile in return. Kissing her hand, he cupped her cheek with his, wanting so much more. Her lips were full and red. He yearned to close the distance and touch his mouth to hers. But the time was not right. Darcy knew at that moment he needed her heart to be completely his before he would take a step so huge there would be no recovery for him if she rejected him again. "Go, I beg you. Your letter would be a powerful weapon in her hands,"
Elizabeth insisted, stepping back from him. She was correct, and it was only because of her insistence that he did not walk her back to Hunsford Parsonage. He left at a run towards Rosings. Stopping at the edge of the glen, he turned and lifted his hand in farewell. Then he was gone, and she was alone again. The sun had lost its shimmer. The sound of the birds was dull, and the bees seemed listless. She walked back to the parsonage to wait for the axe to fall. Darcy was met at the door by his aunt's aged butler. "Sir, Lady Catherine and Colonel Fitzwilliam are in the breakfast-room and require your presence." His aunt was not an early riser. It did not bode well for a peaceful resolution to the letter situation. "Pray, tell her I will join her as soon as I refresh myself." When he entered his room, the small fire was starting to burn down. The maid must have entered soon after he had left for the glen. The letter was gone, but whether it was by fire or because it was in Lady Catherine's hands would soon be determined. He quickly descended the stairs to the breakfast-room. "Nephew, join us." Darcy walked to his normal position on his aunt's right side and examined her closely as he seated himself. She looked much the same. The lightness of her tone was unlike her. "Did you enjoy your stroll through the gardens? Rosings Park is at its best in the springtime." Then, in character, she barked an order to a footman to fill a plate for him. She waited until he began pushing the food around before speaking again. "I have given careful consideration to your recommendation to have the fields drained between the Hansons and the Joneses' properties. After much review, I believe it would be of benefit to all my tenants to have free-flowing water. As you said, it would reduce disease during the hot summer months by not having standing water. Therefore I have requested a crew to be put together this morning to care for this business. If the two of you would provide oversight, I am confident it will be done correctly." Darcy was both puzzled and relieved. Firstly, she could not know about the letter, as her anger would never have been able to be restrained if she had. Secondly, that she was finally acting for the betterment of those under her care. And lastly, that Anne was not at the table. Colonel Fitzwilliam caught his eye and shrugged. He was evidently as bewildered by their aunt's behaviour as he was. Eating quickly, they prepared to ride. When they stepped outside, their mounts were ready. With a look back at Rosings and a shake of his head, they rode away from his aunt. Wishing they were headed down the lane to the parsonage, Darcy regretted not walking Elizabeth back to her temporary home. As the two men rode from Rosings Park, Darcy became distracted by the events of the morning. He knew Elizabeth would be worried, but had no means of informing her he would be away from his aunt's house for the day. Would she wonder why he had not come earlier? Did she want to see him? Just the thought of her arms holding him tightly, her head tucked under his chin, and her soothing words caused him to smile. "Oh, there you are. You're doing it again. That painful-looking grimace I believe you are hoping to pass off as a smile." Richard would forever tease him, and at that moment he cared not. "My father will be pleased to know his sister is caring for her property. Oh, I am most anxious to get this done so I can write to him of this odd occurrence. Do you think she might have us repair the roofs on the tenants' cottages as well?" The Colonel continued to list the major needs of the property as they rode the distance to the section of the stream with logs that had been jammed together for the last 5 years. Debris had collected until it was a solid dam, only allowing a trickle of water to reach the lower farms. It would be an arduous task to clear, and they would need to use caution to not tear it apart too quickly, or there would be no keeping the water inside the banks of the stream. Why she wants this done when the water is highest, I do not know. Darcy was torn, pleased to be doing something productive to better the land, but this task meant missing visiting hours at the parsonage. However, the farms below will need the water flow for the summer, so let us get this finished. They arrived to the designated spot to be met by silence. Not a man was in sight. "She said there would be a crew of men ready to work?" the Colonel asked. She did. A sick feeling filled Darcy's stomach. He had fallen into Lady Catherine's trap. "We need to return, now." Spinning his horse, he kicked his heels until the mare jumped into a gallop. He heard the Colonel's mount following closely behind. As he rode, his anger at his aunt grew exponentially until all he could see was red. The pair slowed their horses as they approached Hunsford. Neither were pleased to see the parson in the front garden rather than Miss Elizabeth. "Oh, Mr. Darcy, Colonel Fitzwilliam, your condescension in visiting my home, my dear wife and her young sister, proves the superiority of rank regularly displayed by my patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh. Each time, most times sometimes she waves a greeting as she drives by in her barouche box. No finer equipage can be found in the Shire, I am sure." Darcy tried not to roll his eyes at the man's rambling, when his words finally sank into his tired mind. "Pardon me, you made no mention of Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Is she not at home?" Panic filled his chest, along with regret that he had not seen her safely to the parsonage. He wanted to dismount and shake the small man in front of him until he answered. That Mr. Collins was finding it uncomfortable to speak served to increase his anxiety. "Oh, the circumstances are most embarrassing, sir." "Speak up." "Early this morning, after my cousin returned from her stroll, a footman arrived with a note from Lady Catherine demanding her immediate removal from my home." "What?" 2 angry voices shouted at the man. His babbling only worsened. "I had thought the conduct of my cousin's second daughter to be above reproach. Certainly she showed a lack of judgment in refusing my offer, as there is no certainty she would ever receive another." "What?" Darcy was stunned. Mr. Collins had offered for his Elizabeth? That he could have visited his aunt to find her the wife of such a man started his stomach churning and made his chest ache. "She is my wife's closest friend, as well as being family." The clergyman seemed to be paying little attention to the reactions of the men. "Her conduct, I had assumed, was far superior to that shown by her younger sisters, and she did refer to me as a worthy man when I offered her my hand. Oh, I am afraid I do not understand what might have happened, though I know Lady Catherine to be exemplary in her decisions." "What have you done with her?" Darcy blared from the added advantage of all 16 hands of his horse. Guilt ate at him. This was all his fault. At the noise, Mrs. Collins stepped from the house and came towards them. "Sirs, my husband took Eliza and her belongings to the inn to await the afternoon stage. The post-coach had already come and gone through Hunsford village, so he purchased her passage to London for the next available transport. As you know, there are many stops between here and her destination. We made certain she had the funds to complete her travels to her family in Cheapside. She should be arriving at her uncle's house before dark, though I do not believe she has actually yet departed, as it is almost an hour before the coach arrives at the inn. You should have plenty of time to retrieve her." "We thank you." Bowing to the ridiculous parson and his intelligent wife, he kicked his horse into a full gallop. At Rosings, the grooms were ordered to walk their horses but leave them saddled. Darcy's carriage was ordered as well. It was time to face Lady Catherine. Lady Catherine had met them in the entrance hall. "This is not to be borne. You think I would let you throw your future away on a silly fortune-hunting country chit? You are a fool, Fitzwilliam Darcy." Her voice echoed loudly against the dark, wood-panelled walls. In her hand was the charcoal-stained letter he had started to Elizabeth. The maid had done as he had feared. "2 letters, Darcy. One incriminating your sister, and the other proving you are a fool. Both giving me enough power to see you do as I demand. We will announce your engagement to Anne today, and Mr. Collins can read the band starting this Sunday. I will not be moved on this." Darcy stepped so close to her that he could smell her victory. The Colonel brushed past him to go upstairs to alert his cousin's valet to get his and Darcy's belongings gathered. They planned to be on the road in as few minutes as possible. "Are you certain you wish to pursue this course, Aunt?" His words burst forth through gritted teeth. "For just as you feel your rank gives you the authority to act on your desires, I, too, am empowered by the Darcy family name to do as I choose." "You have no title." "I," she pointed her finger at herself, "am a lady." "Then act like one." Surprising her, he plucked the paper from her hands and held it behind his back, where she could not reach. "My warning stands. Should you attempt to use whatever information you believe you possess about my sister in a manner that is detrimental to her reputation, you will feel the consequences of your own selfish actions." Rather than quiver in fear at his threat, she boldly looked him in the eyes, not backing down even a hair's breadth. She was bold, he had to give her that. "Do you know who you are talking to? Your mother would be ashamed of you." "No, it would be you who would suffer her disapprobation." Darcy stepped back. "Pemberley and Darcy House are closed to you. The doors will remain so until you humble yourself and beg my forgiveness."
"Humble myself?" Her eyes blazed with anger. "Why would you think it necessary for me to do so? My position, my stature is above your own. There is no one to check my hand. You will be the one begging me, Fitzwilliam Darcy. You will crawl on your hands and knees for me to offer you an acknowledgment, and I will spit on you."
His bitter laughter filled the hall, bouncing off the marble floors and reaching the high coved ceilings. When Richard returned to stand alongside him, he raised his brows in question. Darcy shook his head. "We take no leave of you, Lady Catherine." At that, they walked out of the front door, not looking back. Darcy was grateful for the stamina of the two horses. They pushed them as hard as they were able as they made quick time to Hunsford. By the time they reached the village, his anger was gone, as it was completely replaced with worry. His Elizabeth alone amidst strangers. When they arrived at the coaching inn, there she sat, her nose buried in a book. Next to her was her trunk. She was the picture of relaxation, a lovely lady enjoying the afternoon sun and an enjoyable pastime. As he drew closer, he noted the tight grip on the sides of the novel, and knew her to be anything but relaxed. His heart broke that he had caused her such distress. He loved her so.
Chapter 7.
Relief at finding her unharmed filled him from head to toe. Dismounting, he dropped the reins and walked towards her. When his horse nickered, she looked up at him with a slight smile. He saw the small quiver in her lips and wanted to wrap his arms around her as he had done in the glen, giving her the strength and support she needed. Instead of doing so, he blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "I have arranged for my carriage to transport you in comfort to London." She raised her brow and slowly said, "You have? My ticket is paid for." Her smile widened. He wanted to return her expression, but the weight of the morning's events did not allow it. The confrontation with his aunt was foremost in his mind. "I have made my decision. None of my close friends and family travel by coach." The look passing over her face was something he did not recognize. What he did know was that she had gone from uncertain to angry in an extremely short period of time. She stood and stepped closer, her voice low but firm. "Do you even begin to comprehend how high-handed you sound?" He was incredulous. "You would prefer being pressed up against strangers than accept the comfort I can offer you? An unattached lady travelling alone breaches the rules of propriety. Do you not care to preserve your reputation?" She threw her head back and looked down her nose at him, affronted at his arrogance. Before she could open her mouth, he unwisely continued. "Elizabeth, with the danger of Lady Catherine's threat to expose my beloved sister to derision, I will do all in my power to protect those who are my own, whether you desire it or not. You may be used to unrestricted independence and the unruly conduct of your sisters, but mine deserves every effort to protect her good name." Richard lowered his voice in warning.
"Oh, I believe I would stop talking now, cousin."
Darcy was livid. He spoke directly to the Colonel. "Our aunt was angry enough to remove Elizabeth from the parsonage, Richard. Who knows what she is planning now that neither you nor I are there to restrain her?" Richard raised his hands, palms out, and backed far away from the couple. "Be reasonable, Elizabeth. My sole aim is to make the best of this horrid situation." She stepped so close he could see every colour in her beautiful eyes. Flames of fire threatened to consume him, and his instinct was to retreat. He would not. To an outsider, she looked like the epitome of a composed lady, with no concern other than the good company of a gentleman. Darcy briefly wondered why someone so wise could not see that his course was the only appropriate one to take. "Mr. Darcy, I am Miss Elizabeth to you. Now look at me from my bonnet to my boots." When he refused to do so, she barked, "I said look." When he finally did so, she continued, "Do I look like one of your tenants? Am I your sister, your daughter, your servant, your wife?" She quietly fired questions as directly as bullets from a gun. "At this point in time, I am nothing to you, nothing. And you are nothing to me." Her voice quieted with each word until it came at him in a hiss. "Why would my travelling alone in your carriage be any more appropriate than travelling coach? You are so busy trying to be my master that you are blind to the circumstances." She stepped even closer. "You call my sisters unruly, and you call them even worse at Hunsford, yet none of them have displayed conduct like your own." Tears streamed down her cheeks. "My mother, who may be silly, is, unlike your own aunt, not malicious, ever." He stepped back from her, grateful no one was within hearing distance, and entirely confused at her lack of understanding. He only wanted to care for her and offer protection. He loved her. "Know this, Mr. Darcy, that with the conduct of your family, it would be a degradation to attach myself to you. I bid you good day, sir." With that, she spun and walked back to the bench, picked up her book, and opened to a spot somewhere in the middle. He could not move. What had happened? How had the conversation degenerated to such a point? Her words and expressions were so reminiscent of her refusal at Hunsford that he wondered at allowing his love to deepen and bloom the past few days. Did she not know what an honour it was for him to offer for her? He felt pain in the same area of his heart that had pained him at her rejection of his proposal. However, this time it was far more intense. Removing his hat, he ran his hand through his hair. Taking measured breaths, he counted until he felt himself calm. Seeing her use her handkerchief to dab at her eyes leached all the anger from him. In spite of his ire and her own, he still loved her with his whole soul. Her reminders of why she had rejected him pricked his conscience. She had been correct. He had acted the arrogant master. Darcy shook his head. He would force himself to become a better man if it took the rest of his living days. Nevertheless, the reality was that his disconsolate heart was still beating, and so was hers. They would find a way through this. He began walking away from the village, removing himself so he could no longer cause her pain. The gaping hole in Elizabeth's own heart was the single most vivid testimony that she had allowed herself to develop feelings for the man currently slogging through the high grass lining the roadway. From behind, his shoulders were bent, and he looked like a man defeated. She was both angry at him and at herself. He had failed in his metamorphosis to a better man, and she had failed to keep her distance until he had proven himself to be a man she could respect. Certainly she understood his tendency to control. It was the nature of having responsibility over so many. Nonetheless, his displaying tender qualities which had melted her heart and touched her deepest emotions, only to snatch them away, leaving her faced with a haughty master, was reprehensible. They had made no progress at all since the failed proposal. All his words of love and tender expressions were for naught. The cavity in her chest expanded painfully, and she soon soaked the linen she was wringing in her hands. Elizabeth was unaware the Colonel had sat next to her, until a large square of embroidered fabric was placed almost under her nose. In a very unladylike gesture, she harumphed. "He is a hard man," she whispered. He heard. "You know that is not so." Though kindly uttered, the words were firm. "Impossible, yes. Hard, not at all." She wiped her eyes and closed her book. There was no longer any need to keep up her pretence of reading. Why does he do this to me? We were all of us, the Darcys and Fitzwilliams, raised in pride and prejudice against those not of our circle. From the time we were at our nurse's Colonel Fitzwilliam gulped and then started again. From our first breath, we were taught the superiority of elevated rank. Our heritage, our education, and our peers eat and sleep position and power. Yet you are not like him. She tried to keep the derision from her tone, but failed. Darcy came out of university to a father whose health was failing rapidly. The heavy millstone of responsibility was dropped on his shoulders, and he has carried it alone. Richard inhaled audibly. I made the choice to enter the army, a decision which exposed me to a world where privilege and title meant nothing, where a man's value was his character, not where he lived or into which family he was born. From my travels, I see much change, where my cousin has not the freedom to move beyond his societal constraints. I doubt he had opportunity to appreciate his need to look to a much different future. Or, at least he had not until, I believe, he met you. At her intake of breath, he looked her in the eye. You hold tremendous power in your hands, Miss Elizabeth. With it, you could crush the life out of my cousin, to where he has left a shell of his former self. Or you could, if you are set against him, use kindness to ease him into a lonely future. Or you could make him the happiest man in England. Personally, I am hoping for the latter. He is a far more generous cousin when he is pleased. She rolled her eyes at the blatant untruth of the last comment. He is not generous to you when he is not pleased? I cannot believe that to be so. His chuckle shook the bench they were sitting on. In spite of what you observe on the outside, he is the kindest, most generous man I know. He withholds nothing from those he loves. And yes, he loves me as a brother, as I do him. There is no man I trust as much as Darcy, no man I would want by my side during a fight. Honour flows in every bone in his body. You own his heart. Only you can gift him with the joy he deserves. You have given me much to ponder, Colonel Fitzwilliam, and I thank you for being direct. She was surprised to note the sky was still clear blue, rather than filled with the storm clouds pressing in on her. However, it was not her way to be surly or down. She would put her powers of reason to work. Resolved, she straightened her spine and looked at the man beside her. He was a good friend to Mr. Darcy, far more so than Mr. Bingley. Somehow she could not imagine the gentleman her sister Jane was in love with recognizing when the best offence was a retreat. Elizabeth stood to walk to where Mr. Darcy lingered along the roadside, breaking fallen twigs into small pieces and throwing them back into the greenery. The sound of a quickly approaching carriage stopped her in her tracks. She had a decision to make. If she took the time to sue for peace with Mr. Darcy, the coach would depart without her, leaving her at the mercy of the man who had caused her turmoil. If she climbed into the coach, she might never have the opportunity to make amends. As she shifted from one foot to the other, the crinkle of the 3 letters in her pocket she had placed there to reread on her trip to London reminded her of the beauty of his words. They were sincere. Each and every syllable came from his soul. She sighed heavily as she stepped away from the horses and started walking towards London to meet the man who had touched her troubled heart. "Mr. Darcy?" He looked up at her greeting. Then he looked past her to the carriage door being thrown open by the gloved hand of a woman. It was his carriage. "What is?" was as far as he got. Elizabeth looked behind her to see what had unexpectedly caught his attention, just in time to see Miss Anne de Bourgh step down onto the road, unassisted. Her posture was erect, and her face lit by a beaming smile. Behind her came an older man who appeared to be in service, possibly Mr. Darcy's flustered valet. "Oh, good! I had thought we would have to travel much farther before catching up with you. Darcy, your man here is in need of a restorative drink. He has been coughing and clearing his throat since we left Rosings." Miss de Bourgh looked from one cousin to the other, and then to Elizabeth. "Well, are you coming or not? I have not been past Hunsford village in decades, and I'm excited to see what is beyond my normal scope. Get in here, Miss Elizabeth. Richard, throw her trunk up to be stowed. Darcy, what are you about? Trying to walk all the way to London?" Without any further ado, Miss de Bourgh, again without assistance, climbed back into Mr. Darcy's carriage and settled into the far corner. Elizabeth shook her head and saw the gentlemen were doing the same. She looked to the Colonel and then to Mr. Darcy. "Apparently, I am to get in here, as are you." She giggled when she spied Miss de Bourgh's chin lift, tilting her pointed nose towards the cloth-draped ceiling. She was a mirror image of her mother, regal and of the opinion that her wish was the only one that mattered. Mr. Darcy's valet, whom she later learned was called Parker, offered his hand to help her into the conveyance. Mr. Darcy strode towards them, as the Colonel did Anne's bidding by hefting Elizabeth's luggage. When Darcy, his valet, and the Colonel hesitated at the door, Anne bellowed, "Oh, quit standing there with your mouths open. We need to leave, and we need to leave now. Get in!" Within seconds, her trunk was tied to the back, and the 3 men joined them inside. A call from the driver, a flick of the reins, and the carriage left Hunsford village in a small cloud of dust. "I can imagine you are wondering how I come to be travelling with you to London, cousins." She gazed upon each man and then nodded to Elizabeth. "Oh, you must understand, Miss Elizabeth, that both Darcy and Richard have never appreciated a good surprise. They are far too staid in their opinions, and I say it is time they looked beyond their own noses to discern what constitutes the happiness of others, not just themselves." Elizabeth thought it a sentiment she could agree with, so settled back against the comfort of the squabs to await the explosion. It was not long in coming. She was surprised at its source. "Annie the Bug, what are you about?" Richard sat back in his seat with his arms crossed over his chest. Unlike Darcy, he gave the appearance of not having a care in the world. However, his eyes were alive, piercing his cousin in an apparent effort to unsettle her. "Oh, do not call me that, Tricky Dicky.
I am an adult, and I expect to be treated as such. You are an—"
Miss de Bourgh turned to Elizabeth.
"I need a word. Give me a word that fits him."
She pointed her finger at the Colonel. "Ingrate," Darcy inserted.
"Gentleman,"
Elizabeth kindly offered.
"Gentleman?"
Miss de Bourgh turned the full force of her gaze on her.
"You cause no end of trouble in my household, Miss Elizabeth Bennet. The least you can do is assist me against these two ingrates."
She looked across at Darcy.
"Thank you for the word, William. I'm in your debt."
"I imagine you are," he whispered under his breath, though loud enough for all to hear.
"Annie!"
The Colonel again tried to rein her in enough to get some answers.
"I will not ask you again. What have you done?" "Richard Fitzwilliam, I am not one of your soldiers you can order to obey. In less than a year I will be the mistress of one of the largest estates in Kent. You will show me respect, or you will get out of the carriage and ride your miserable horse to town."
The Colonel's jaw dropped open, and his eyes grew wide. Elizabeth expected him to address her arrogance in demanding his removal from the equipage. Again she was surprised by what concerned him most.
"How dare you call my horse miserable? I'll have you know, my horse is one of the finest in the King's army. During the heat of battle, my steed never so much as flinched at the sound of a rifle. He never tired, and he never quit. On more than one occasion he saved my life."
Sarcasm dripped from her tongue.
"Oh, so the real hero in the Fitzwilliam family has 4 legs instead of 2. Did your miserable mount earn a promotion as well? Does he wear his medals on his saddle, so everyone knows of his valour?"
"Children!" Darcy interrupted, as if stopping rebellious misfits from harm. He looked back and forth to each of his cousins. "Let us halt this prodding, and discover why Anne is here. Anne, it is unkind to bait Richard about his horse. He may never fall in love with a woman, but no person, not even you, can question his fidelity to his mount." Elizabeth watched as the Colonel punched Mr. Darcy on the arm hard enough to make his cousin grunt in pain. Miss de Bourgh laughed heartily and kicked at Mr. Darcy's shin. When he acted the injured victim, Elizabeth at first was concerned. Then she realized his heavy leather hessians covered the area his cousin's soft fabric slippers had aimed for. No harm had been done. Over the next few minutes, Elizabeth's head bounced back and forth between the family members, like a ball volleying between 3 toddlers, as they all chimed in to tease and torment each other. In the end, the atmosphere cleared, and Miss de Bourgh began her accounting of the morning. Both gentlemen paid rapt attention. So did Parker and Elizabeth.
"For many years I believed my only purpose in life was to become Mrs. Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley."
When he started to speak, Miss de Bourgh stopped him with a raised hand.
"Pray do not be concerned, cousin. What I told you in my room I meant. I have never had a desire to be your wife. What I wanted was freedom. A woman bound to a husband becomes no more than a possession to him. I have had every minute of my days and nights for all my life decided by someone else. I felt imprisoned in my own home. Then, when Uncle George died, you started coming to Rosings to care for the estate, Darcy. The first year you visited without your father, I overheard a heated conversation between you and my mother. At that time, I found out what my future would be if I did not marry. The very thing I wanted, freedom. All I had to do was to stay docile, obedient, and unwed until the age of 30. Then, no more."
"Has your life been so bad?" The words from Darcy's mouth were kindly said. His whole countenance had evolved to one of empathy and concern. Tears filled Miss de Bourgh's eyes, which she hastily brushed away.
I came to feel that each day was a battle I was unprepared to fight. To cope with the harshness, I withdrew to my bedchambers and used ill health as a reason to avoid having meals together, where I was subjected to constant criticism.
Sighing heavily, she continued.
My attempts at explaining to Mother that the reason I was not accomplished like other ladies was because I never had opportunity to learn fell on deaf ears. She accepted no culpability for my lack of training, for nothing Lady Catherine de Bourgh could ever do would be wrong.
Then I am sorry, cousin, that I did not recognize your plight and assist you sooner. Elizabeth could hear genuine regret in Mr. Darcy's voice.
I am happy you feel that way, Darcy, as this is exactly why I am here. I have 11 months to learn to manage an estate, to learn how to walk, talk, dress, and dance like a lady, and to widen my circle of friends until Rosings Park becomes a destination full of interesting people and is worth living in. I expect you both to take me to balls, to the theatre, and to the opera. I want to be seen on your arms and invited to the best houses. I want society to know that I am the daughter of a knight and the granddaughter of an earl. And I want the men to want me as their wife and for their sisters to want me in their company. I want it all, cousins, and I want it now.
Shocked silence filled the carriage. Into the silence, Elizabeth whispered, Carpe diem. Mr. Darcy translated, Seize the day. Chapter 8. Anne unexpectedly fell asleep almost as soon as she had finished speaking, leaving the rest of the passengers flummoxed. I will not. Darcy spoke into the silence, broken by the jangle of harnesses, the clopping of hooves, and the sounds the carriage wheels made on the road. You will not what, cousin? Richard had not taken his eyes off Anne since she had arrived, wary as if afraid she would wake again with more demanding proclamations. Elizabeth wondered at the windstorm which had swept into their moment. She would not have thought this of Miss de Bourgh, and apparently her cousins had not as well. Darcy had donned the mask he wore when he needed a stern countenance. She recognized it for what it was now. He had made a decision he knew would not be favoured by his cousin. He was protecting his heart from Anne's displeasure. The Colonel had a puzzled look on his face, threatening to be permanently affixed as his eyes roved from Anne's head to her toes and back, as if trying to ascertain if it truly was her. I will not squire her around town and have her seen on my arm. Darcy looked across the carriage and caught Elizabeth's eye. She refused to look away. I will have no person speculate on my relationship with Anne. She is my cousin, no more, no less. As I would not give in to the mother, I absolutely will not to the daughter. Elizabeth blinked, and her eyes closed in relief. She wished Anne had postponed her arrival until matters could have been set straight between them. Nevertheless, wishing did nothing, and she sought a means of giving the poor man relief. William? It was boldly said, with the Colonel and Darcy's valet attending the conversation. She had not addressed him so casually in front of others before. Though I am changing the subject to an earlier conversation, I hope you will listen to me. As soon as she'd called him by name, his entire focus swiveled directly to her. So did the other men, but she gave them no heed. I will. His gaze immediately went from flinty to soft and tender. In spite of the manner they had dealt with each other outside the inn, it eased her mind and enabled her to frame her words to be less confrontational. Which of all the volumes in Pemberley's library is your favourite? She could tell her question had caught him by surprise. He tilted his head and raised his shoulders slightly. She waited for his answer, allowing him to ponder his response. Finally he spoke. Our family copy of the 1611 King James Bible is likely our most valuable publication. The interior illustrations are stunning, and its provenance is beyond question. He seemed to peer closer, as if he hoped to gain access to the method and motive of her questioning. However, my favourite is a small book of poetry my father gave me days before he died. I had not known of its existence until then. Inside are poems, sonnets, verses, and a narrative he had written to my mother during the years they were married. He included drawings in the margins of places and events, and little snippets of words which undoubtedly meant much to them. I will keep it always, and hope to provide the same for my wife. She sighed. This man! Oh, what was she to do with such a man? I thank you for sharing something so precious to you. I understand why you hold it in such esteem. She paused and watched him lean closer to her. She could not keep a small smile from softening her face. If you needed to quickly return your father's book to the shelf, would you push and prod and force it back into its place? Or would you take the time and trouble to see to the comfort and condition of the book instead? I would never risk damage by treating it roughly. She noted the instant her point had been made. I should not have demanded. I should have asked. Her smile grew, and in response, his mouth moved into the same position. She felt his consolation from across the carriage. I love you, Elizabeth. And I... Mr. Berg groaned, coughed loudly, clutched her middle, opened her eyes, and emptied her stomach over the 3 sets of polished boots on the floor across from her. Elizabeth scrambled to pull her feet up to the seat beside her to protect herself from the mess. The men were much less fortunate. Darcy opened the windows on his side as his valet did the same. Oh, Lord, she never has been a good traveller, even on a pony cart around Rosings. Colonel Fitzwilliam barked into the melee. He had undoubtedly seen and smelled much worse during his years in battle. Darcy's valet rolled his eyes to the ceiling and immediately produced a damp cloth from out of nowhere to help his charge's cousin. Darcy pounded on the ceiling to bring the carriage to a sudden halt. They were fortunate in the presence of a rapidly flowing stream not far from the traveller's path. While Darcy and the Colonel retrieved bucket after bucket of clear liquid, so Parker and the footmen could clean up the mess, Elizabeth had escorted Anne into the trees to attempt restoration to the woman. "Do you blame me?" The question was unexpected, and Elizabeth wondered to which of the many debacles caused by her impulsive decisions she referred to. "For which event, Miss de Bourgh? For leaving your home and stowing away? For confiscating Mr. Darcy's carriage for your own use? For expecting your cousins to set aside their responsibilities to tend to you and fulfill your desires? For apparently eating a large amount of whatever this is and not warning your fellow passengers that you do not travel well?" Elizabeth continued to rinse the soiled skirt of Anne's dress, while the other woman reclined on a blanket provided by one of the men. "My slippers are not clean." It was a demanding statement, laced with expectation. Elizabeth kept her voice calm, stating blandly, "I am not your servant to do as you bid. Should you want to be waited upon, you shall have to return to Rosings and your mother's staff." She was not angry, nor was she particularly frustrated. Anne appeared a petulant child, a spoiled, indulged child. "Then how are they to be cared for?" This time the question was sincere. Miss de Bourgh truly had no clue. "Is your stomach settled?" "It is. Once it empties, relief soon follows." "I am glad of this." Elizabeth pointed to where the offensive footwear was placed next to the blanket. "For someone will need to rinse them in the water, and they will need the fabric squeezed of the excess liquid before they are set in the sun to dry." "I am certain you will not mind." Anne had not the grace to look ashamed or embarrassed by her assertion. Elizabeth chuckled. "Trust me, I mind." She stood from where she had been bent over the edge of the brook. "In fact, I mind so much that I'm going to return to the men to see if I can offer assistance to them. Mr. Darcy's poor valet has tied a line between 2 trees to hang the towels and garments to rid them of their dampness and smell. The pillows have been washed and placed in a pile to discard. I pity the poor itinerant traveller who thinks he's found a prize." With that said, she walked the short distance to where Darcy and the Colonel stood in deep discussion. Miss de Bourgh scrambled to her feet and followed, walking as daintily as possible on her stockinged feet. "I want to go home. This has not been anywhere near as fun as I had imagined it would be. Take me back to Rosings, Darcy. Take me now." Anne de Bourgh's voice had gone from a plea to a whine to a demand, grating on each of their nerves. "Annie, you cannot possibly mean that," the Colonel stated. "You are finally free from your mother's influence. Your sentiments have been clearly expressed. It is as you wished. You have freedom, girl." The eldest person in the grouping stomped her feet and pounded her fist in her palm. She growled her frustration as tears began streaming from her eyes. "I do not know what I want." Anne's shoulders drooped, and she suddenly looked pitiable. Darcy caught her attention. "However, I do know what I want, Anne, and I know what I will and will not do. I will not return to Rosings, not even for you. Your mother evicted Elizabeth from the home of her friends and family, and I will not give Lady Catherine the satisfaction of seeing me return. Any injury done to Elizabeth is done to me." Darcy's voice was firm. "We can return to the inn, where I will hire a cart and find a woman to travel with you to your home. I leave it in your hands. You will have to decide." He looked to the Colonel, who shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. Stepping forward to stand next to the other woman, Elizabeth took her hand. Anne de Bourgh reminded her of her youngest sister, Lydia. Just as Anne longed for freedom to make her own choices, Lydia yearned for a husband and a home of her own. Though there was a 10.5 difference between their ages, they were similar in being impulsive and in not thinking of the consequences of following their desires. "If you go back to your home, what will happen to your dreams?" "They will die. I slowly will do so as well." "Then you cannot return, can you?" "No." Anne hung her head and spoke to the ground. "If you go with your cousins to London, are you willing to expend yourself to see to your goals?" "I do not know." Shrugging her shoulders, Miss de Bourgh finally looked up at Elizabeth. Darcy cleared his throat and moved to Elizabeth's side. "I have a question for you, and I beg you consider your answer carefully, for it is most important." Darcy softened his voice. "Anne, what do you believe will make you happy, bring you joy, and help you feel contented in your heart?" "I do not know." She looked back to Elizabeth as she answered. "Then how do you know freedom is the answer for you?" Elizabeth turned towards the confused woman, facing her directly. "Do you believe Colonel Fitzwilliam has freedom?" "Oh, for a certainty. He is a man. He can do what he pleases." Her answer had been immediate. "Is that true? Would his general agree that a colonel could do as he pleases? What about his father? Would your uncle agree with your opinion?" The colonel scoffed, capturing the attention of the ladies. He stood with his arms crossed and a smirk on his mouth. "Oh, I have few freedoms, Anne." Elizabeth continued speaking to the woman in front of her. "And what of Mr. Darcy? As the owner of a large estate, is he answerable to no one?" "Yes." At this, her tone became slightly belligerent. "Not at all." Darcy spoke kindly, though firmly. "More than most, I am answerable to each and every tenant who lives under my care. I am constrained by laws, demands, requirements, merchants, businessmen, the weather, and even the tides of the sea. Everything left to me by my father, who passed it down from generations before him, has determined my past, my immediate plans, and my future. I cannot travel as I would like. I cannot spend my time in selfish pursuits. And if I were to listen to my relatives and peers, I would not be able to marry whom I want. Very little freedom is involved when you are a landowner." "Then, when I reach 30 years and inherit Rosings, I will be no different from you." Her tone was now rife with bitterness. Without saying a word, Darcy nodded his head, lifting his left brow as he caught his cousin's eye. "Then where do you find your joy, Fitzwilliam? Where do you find the reason for your existence?" Darcy took Anne's other hand, placing him and Elizabeth side by side in a tight circle. "Many large and small things about my life delight me, cousin. Nature inspires me to be the best steward of the land I can be. My friends imbue me with good company and pleasant times. My home soothes me with the strong sense of family echoing through each room and down the hallways. These family relationships and responsibilities make me want to become a better man." Now it was his turn to squeeze Elizabeth's fingers. "And my overwhelming love for a wonderful woman leads me to plan for each day ahead of me, with the anticipation of spending every moment possible in her company, as we fill our nursery and our home with love." He looked directly at Elizabeth, and she felt an immediate weakness at the back of her knees. "I dream of teaching my sons to love the land and their home, watching them grow into manhood as responsible, learned men, so they will attract a woman like their mother, who will fill their lives with the same joy I am confident my children will witness daily." "And you have found such a woman?" Miss de Bourgh's eyes finally looked to her youngest cousin present. When she saw where his eyes were focused, she nodded her head. Darcy smiled fully until his dimples were deep hollows on each cheek. "I have." Miss de Bourgh took in a deep, shuddering breath, letting it out slowly. "Then I shall accept your offer to provide my return to Rosings." "What?" All three voices chimed in together. For the first time since the carriage was made to stop, Miss de Bourgh's voice was firm and her countenance unmovable. "I have much to consider. None of this had ever occurred to me. The remaining 11 months until I inherit needs to be spent in contemplation of what it is I truly want and what I should expect. I can see now that my ideas and plans were unrealistic. I am not proud of what has happened here today." Colonel Fitzwilliam moved alongside Darcy. Elizabeth glanced over in time to see a new respect for his female cousin flash across his expression. Darcy's as well. With the decision made, they turned the carriage to make their way slowly back to the inn. By the time a woman was found to accompany Mr. Berg to Rosings, dusk had fallen. A room and a companion was procured for Elizabeth. They would be going nowhere until the next morning. My most magnificent Elizabeth, your actions and attitude today prove to me that I am a man of sense and discernment. Oh, do not laugh or mock me for my arrogance. My tongue is firmly planted in my cheek as I place pen to paper. I wonder, will you read this readily when it is received? Will you hesitate and wonder at its contents before breaking the seal to unfold the pages? Will you tuck it away in your pocket, as you did all 3 of my prior letters to you, with a promise to yourself not to take a peek? I anxiously anticipate finding out. When I told you I loved you in the carriage, you began to reply. With the unpleasant interruption, I am left filled with curiosity at what you might have said. Did you start to tell me you admired me? I cannot imagine you doing so on this day. You adore me? I cannot imagine those words bursting from your lips, however much I want to hear them in the future. Did you begin to say the 3 words my heart yearns to hear more than all others? I cannot tease about this, Elizabeth. I love you dearly, and am unshaken in my belief that I always will. I sit at this uncomfortable desk in a chair much too short for my stature, and think upon the events of the day. Would you believe me if I told you my life until I met you was one of boredom and toil? It is the truth. What you have done to me, my heart. Richard and I discussed the war with France this evening after you went to your room, which, by the by, is only 1 door down from mine. Thin wooden panels separate you from me, and I find I resent that timber with every fibre of my being. Without embarrassment, I will now admit that I have stood by the barrier with my ear pressed to the wood, in hopes of hearing your sweet whispers of affection towards me. If I had a better means of eavesdropping, would I have heard you speak so? My cousin impressed upon me the importance of an effective offensive in a battle, if you want to win the war or the prize. You, my Elizabeth, will be my crowning achievement, if I can convince you to become my wife. I am writing this as a warning to expect me, a man who prides himself on being honourable, to not play fair. I will tell you I love you, with no care who hears. I will demonstrate my tender affections and respect, with no concern over whether or not I look foolish in the eyes of others. For I am determined, my dear woman, to do whatever I must, to sacrifice anything required, to become the man you claim as husband. To the victor belongs the spoils, Elizabeth Bennet, and I will prevail. I am and will always be yours with the greatest of devotion, Fitzwilliam Darcy. The maid entered with a bowl of thick beef and vegetable stew, with some rustic bread torn from a loaf. Delicious smells filled Elizabeth's nostrils as she was drawn to the table where the tray had been set. Next to the pottery vessel was folded parchment, placed below a single daffodil in a bud vase. Darcy! Waiting until the woman's back was turned as she tended the low fire, Elizabeth clasped the letter to her chest and then slid it down to her front pocket. She would wait to read the letter in private. Oh, would the maid ever hurry? Vowing to regain control, she decided to eat 4 bites of the ragout before breaking open the letter, chewing slowly as was proper. The small piece of meat felt like it was growing and expanding until she thought she would have to spit it into the fire where it would roast its presence away, and this only the first spoonful. She refused to give in to her impulse and ignore the provided meal so she could give full attention to the letter, at least not in front of the maid. Finally the servant vacated the room, and Elizabeth was alone. Taking a sip of the ale provided, she slipped her hand into the fabric pouch alongside the paper and wrapped her slim fingers around the middle. Lifting it slightly, she realized it was as thick as the others and smiled. Mr. Darcy was a creature of habit, and in this instance she was grateful. Drawing the candlelight closer, she quit teasing herself, pushing the remnants of the meal aside. There was no doubt in her mind that the most important activity she could perform, her greatest priority, was reading every single word written upon each page. Sliding her knife under the seal, she read the back. "Yours with the greatest of devotion, Fitzwilliam Darcy." She sighed. Leaning her head back on the chair, she closed her eyes. The greatest of devotion. Her mind went blank as she meditated on its meaning. Completely, starkly black. It was too much, this depth of emotions. So strong was his affection that it was disturbing her own thinking and opinions. Elizabeth had never planned on marriage, as she could not imagine a man who would want to attach himself to her. For years her mother had maintained the same opinion. No man longed for a wife with a trained mind. None would desire a young woman with strong opinions, who would rather be outdoors than inside overseeing the household, and who forgot her bonnet more often than remembered it. Her father had been equally as pragmatic. From her infancy, she had been told she was his answer to not having a son. Training in estate management, record-keeping, and personal involvement in tenant issues and care had been part of Elizabeth's curriculum at her father's knee. She was never meant to leave Longbourn permanently. Even she had planned accordingly. Travel with Aunt and Uncle Gardiner to new and exciting places around the southern portion of England had given her much to appreciate and draw upon during long winter days where she was stuck in the house. For the past 6 years she had spent 1 month each year with her London family. Until now it had been enough. Huffing out a breath, Elizabeth was displeased with her discontent. When she closed her eyes and imagined the peaks or the Lake District, it was Mr. Darcy and an unknown young woman by her side who filled her dreams. Most likely Miss Darcy. How can this be? She had made no commitment. She had made no decision. Sighing again, she slid up in the chair until she was again erect. Unfolding the papers, she began to read. She rolled her eyes, smiled, and then she cried. For the first time since the delivery of his first letter in the glen, she knew clearly what she had to do. Moving the tray and table away from herself, she sat at the small desk under the curtain-covered window, pulled out a sheet of paper, made certain the pen was sharpened, opened the bottle of ink, and started writing. Dear Mr. Darcy. Chapter 9. Fitzwilliam Darcy was in a predicament he had never faced before. The maid had tapped at his door about an hour after she had delivered his note to his beloved. In the servant's hands was the first letter he had ever received from an unmarried woman he admired. While one part of him wanted to rip open the paper and devour every word after taking it from her, another part longed to savour and dream of what the missive might contain. Was it a love letter? He laughed. Elizabeth had repaid him in a most wonderful way. Was she sitting on the other side of the wall, wondering whether or not he had read it yet? Was she as nervous at his reaction to her words as he was after he wrote? Did she fret as much as he did? Sitting up, he unfolded the parchment, disappointed when it was only a single sheet. Mr. Darcy, you are a clever and determined man, so I will gladly accept your challenge. Simply put, I refuse to be conquered, and I do not believe surrender is in my vocabulary. The ways of war are not the path to a woman's heart, at least not to this woman. With that said, since it was you who utilized military metaphors, I will do the same. Listed below are my terms of engagement. Are you filled with curiosity, sir? Do you wonder whether or not my mind is devious or cruel, while I ponder how I would like to proceed? Do you think, like many of your gender, that you are inherently more intelligent by virtue of your sex? Ha! In truth, I cannot begin to think it of you. You, sir, have left no doubt of your determination to conclude this course to your favour. It is now left to me to decide whether or not your decision will be to my favour as well. Thus, my faithful opponent, my only request is that you remain apart from me for 30 days. I can see your mouth drop open and your brows rise. Does this mean I am coming to know you better? No. In actuality, I do believe it would be my response should you have asked the same if I were sitting in your chair at this moment. Are you now smiling and shaking your head at my impertinence? I can see this as well. On my honour, I promise to carefully consider all that has passed between us. Though having in my possession your 4 letters is highly improper, pray know that I will cherish them and review each word with an open mind and heart. E. Bennet. Darcy shook his head as he relaxed back into the hard-backed chair, completely unaware of its discomfort. 30 days. Impossible. Or was it? A smirk settled on his face as he pulled another sheet of paper in front of him and began numbering down the side from 1 to 30. He snickered, then he laughed. Poor girl hadn't a chance. Early the next morning, Darcy handed Elizabeth into his carriage, where an elderly woman was already seated. Having been introduced to Mrs. Park the evening prior, he was confident the 2 ladies would have an agreeable trip to London. He and the Colonel would be following behind on their mounts. When Elizabeth had arrived downstairs after breaking her fast in her chambers, she met him with a raised brow and a smile. He had wanted to rub his hands together as he smelled victory within his reach. 30 days, and she would agree to marry him. She had to. He refused to accept anything else. You have to admit your courtship will be exceedingly inconvenient if you cannot see her. What are you planning to do? How will you pass the time? Darcy grinned at his cousin. He had told him that once they left Elizabeth at Gracechurch Street with her family, he would not be able to see her for a month. Richard had been floored. He knew the habits of women. They were not above using tricks to create suspense in a man they were trying to attract. It was a mean art, a paltry manoeuvre. He refused to believe that of Miss Elizabeth, with her dignity and attention to decorum. Nonetheless, he also knew there was not a lady on the planet who held Darcy's interest like the young woman in the carriage. I will manage. Though Darcy tried to be stoic, he failed. All I can say is, I believe Napoleon would be easier to outmanoeuvre than Miss Elizabeth, the Colonel snorted. Women, while lovely to keep company with, can be tricky. I have seen one woman unsettle a battalion. They look like peaceful creatures, and oft-times they act like one as well. But they have depths to their character we men cannot seem to comprehend. You have given this much thought, then? All men on the battlefield do, was the Colonel's bland reply. Sergeant O'Rourke told me he fell in love with his wife Maggie after knowing her 1 week. 7 days, mind you. Though she was a pretty young thing with a lively personality. Until he married, he was the most confident of men, a born leader with a fearlessness I and most others in my regiment admired. Within days after they wed, He seemed to change into a meek and mild-mannered, almost civilized character who became practically useless during an engagement. It was said with a sneer. I tell you, Darcy, his mind was gone. Years later he has yet to regain it. When he first returns to the barracks after being gone from home for a while, his Maggie is, according to him, a veritable shrew. After he has been gone from her for a time, she becomes perfection, and he cannot wait to be with her again. Darcy smiled. A dilemma for sure. My thinking as well, cousin, Richard scoffed. The sergeant is controlled by that woman, and, for myself, I would not have it happen to me. Shameful is what it is. You think so? Darcy knew not to laugh out loud. His cousin was wearing his pistol. And the sergeant, does he have complaints with his situation? No, and that is the odd thing. He says he would not change his life for the world. How can this be? Darcy laughed so loud he feared the ladies could hear it over the sounds of the carriage. It was now obvious his cousin had never been in love. Your aunt led my father on the same merry chase as the sergeant's wife leads him. Lady Catherine? Oh, no! Darcy was appalled at the thought. Wrong aunt. Chagrin covered the colonel's face. Oh. My mother seemed to find keen delight in teasing father. While a man of lean understanding might have concluded her actions were a torment to the master of Pemberley, the reality was quite different. Thinking back on the memories filled him with pleasure. I recall quite clearly how, after my mother had been impertinent, father would stroke her cheek with the tips of his fingers and nudge her towards him for a passionate kiss. Though it was embarrassing to see, I remembered thinking how it appeared her legs were melting as she had to latch onto him for support. Her eyes would be as soft as a summer fawn's as she whispered words of love to him. Often I thought she deliberately baited him solely to stir him from his quiet. Humph! Again Richard scoffed. Seems like a bit too much trouble to me. No, cousin, not trouble. Tenderness, trusted companionship, and devotion. And you want this from Miss Elizabeth? As God is my witness, I do. Well, Darce, I believe the young lady has impertinence down to an art. Now you need to practice that move with the tips of your fingers, and you will win her in no time. You are such a romantic, Rich. Oh, I know. Fitzwilliam Darcy rolled his eyes and kicked his horse so he could ride next to the carriage. Elizabeth was a far better view than his ignorant cousin. 24 hours had passed since Elizabeth had left London for Longbourn. The day prior, upon her arrival at Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner's house, it had been decided by both her and Jane that they were needed at home. Darcy's heart had ached with each minute since their parting. He hoped Elizabeth had been equally as affected. That morning he had requested the presence of his housekeeper and butler in his study. Within minutes, Darcy heard their approaching footsteps on the marble flooring outside the room. At their entrance, he surprised them both with a topic of discussion: his siege. In front of him was stacked, in order, 30 carefully folded pieces of paper, each dated from that morning and up to the next 29. As soon as they were seated, he began. Every day for the next month, one of Colonel Fitzwilliam's former soldiers, Mr. Palmer, will present himself at Darcy House at sunup. He will then be presented with a letter and possibly a gift or instructions, which I will set on the front hall table before his arrival. Under these circumstances, he will be acting on behalf of the future happiness of the Darcy family. Any consideration, any assistance, should he ask, needs to be provided him. He watched as Mrs. Kendall squirmed excitedly in her seat. His butler, Mr. Kendall, the woman's husband, remained calm, except for the slight bouncing of his right knee. Since Darcy had taken responsibility for the household, he had never given them reason to believe such a monumental change was in the offing, until now. Though gossip is my abhorrence, I care not who knows I have finally discovered a woman so precious, so rare, that I am pursuing her relentlessly. It behooves me to have my full staff attentive in even the smallest way, so my courtship will be a success.
Oh, Master Darcy!
Mrs. Kendall was not a woman easily flustered.
We shall freshen the mistress's chambers and clean Darcy House from the bottom to the top. Oh, never fear, sir. Your staff will not let you down.
I'm appreciative. Mr. Kendall cleared his throat. Yes?
Sir, might I send John Footman along with the Colonel's friend, so there would be help should there be a need? A shame it would be if a lame horse, an attack by highwaymen, or sickness should prevent or delay your token from arriving into your lady's hands.
Darcy smiled at the thought. Yes, it was a good idea. Have him readied, as Mr. Palmer will be here presently.
What think you of this?
The old soldier inquired of the footman. Both men were riding two of the best from Darcy's London stables. They sat equally tall in the saddles. The footman shrugged.
If the master wants us to stop and pick a handful of daisies in Meryton before delivering his letter to his gal, who are we to argue?
It was the soldier's turn to shrug.
Oh, I guess so.
Jane Bennet could not believe her good fortune. After months of absence, Mr. Charles Bingley was returned to Netherfield Park in Hertfordshire. His leaving had caused distress to her soul, so his arrival was to be desired if she was to have any hope of future happiness.
Oh, Lizzie, do you believe he cares?
He is in love with you, Jane, I have no doubt. In their long talk the night before, Elizabeth had chosen to withhold the involvement of Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley's sisters in separating the young couple. No purpose would be served in her finding out. There was no kinder, sweeter young woman than her eldest sister, and she suspected Mr. Bingley of being equally amiable. Jane squealed and then blushed for having done so. Realization hit Elizabeth. Thinking upon Mr. Darcy caused the same reaction in her. She too wanted to shout out loud and leap for the joy in her heart. She felt ridiculous. It had been just under a week since she had proclaimed him the last gentleman on earth she would ever be prevailed upon to marry. Oh, she had a fickle heart.
A rider is coming.
Kitty Bennet, having little to occupy her time, happened to be gazing out the drawing-room window. The Bennet ladies had been in relaxed conversation until her announcement. Frantic panic ensued.
Oh, no, there are two men.
Jane's blush deepened, and Elizabeth recognized her hope for it being Mr. Bingley. At the mention of another gentleman, Elizabeth's heart began racing. Surely it is not him. Mr. Darcy was honourable, and she could not imagine a circumstance whereupon he would go back on his word. 30 days had been determined by her, and 30 days it would be.
Oh, two? Are they officers?
Lydia jumped up from where she had been seated, to knock her next eldest sister away from their view.
Oh, never mind. One is an old man. He must be all of 30. The other is in livery, so neither are for us.
With that, both men were dismissed by the two youngest as being unworthy of notice. Both Jane and Elizabeth were equally disappointed, though Elizabeth secretly so. Their middle sister, Mary, still had her nose buried in a book and seemed uncaring one way or the other. A few minutes later, Hill, their housekeeper, delivered a petite bouquet of freshly picked daisies tied in a light blue ribbon to Elizabeth, The 6 flowers lay on top of a folded piece of paper. Before she could inquire as to the sender, her mother spoke.
"Oh, Lizzie, what is this about? You give that to Jane, for I'm sure it is from Mr. Bingley. Do it now."
"I beg your pardon, mistress," the housekeeper spoke. "The 2 gentlemen what brought the token insisted it be delivered to Miss Elizabeth. I am to return to them and let them know I have done as they requested before they leave." The housekeeper winked at her favourite of the Bennet daughters before turning to walk back to the front door. "Would you see they have something to eat and drink?" Elizabeth whispered to the housekeeper while she was still close enough to hear. "I will."
"Who would send you a token?"
Mrs. Bennet could not conceive of any eligible gentleman desiring her second daughter over her first.
"What does it say? What does the letter say? Who is it from?" "Mr. Bennet! Mr. Bennet!"
she screeched. "Mamma, pray calm yourself so I can open the missive and find out."
"Do so at once, or give it to me and I shall do so."
The handwriting was now as familiar to her as her own. Unlike the other letters, this one was remarkably thin. Had he run out of love's expressions? Had he been present, she would have reprimanded him for going against her demands by contacting her. Though, had he? She required him to be removed from her for the month, and, in fact, he was not present at Longbourn. Oh, what a sly man! She was secretly pleased and could not keep from smiling. Her mother's voice rose into a whine of spectacular proportions, again pleading for the contents of the missive. Elizabeth needed to take a quick peek before she would make it public. She would consign it to the fire if need be, though Elizabeth felt her heart would break a little should she need to do so. Breaking the seal, she dropped her eyes to the note. Ah, relief! It was not a love letter. It was, well, she did not know. As she opened the note fully, her father responded to his wife's demands and entered the room. "What have we here?" His quick survey showed all eyes were on Elizabeth. He walked towards her, his hand extended for the paper to be given over. She did so without qualms. Though not a perfect father, he was most generally reasonable. He would not embarrass her.
"Papa, Lizzie has a secret lover."
Kitty danced in a circle as the words came out in a sing-song rhythm.
"I want a secret lover,"
Lydia demanded into the fray.
"Oh, stuff and nonsense,"
Mrs. Bennet proclaimed.
"It is impossible for Lizzie to have a man attached to her. Who would pursue her? After all, that stuffy Mr. Darcy proclaimed her as only tolerable and not handsome enough."
He had done so all those months ago. My, how things have changed! Elizabeth wanted to smirk, though she did not. "Well, my bride, I do not believe it to be nonsense, as she has a posy, and a note from someone, does she not?" He turned back to his daughter. "Do you have something you would like to share with me in private, my Lizzie?" Panic filled her chest. Rarely had her father put her in this position, and she glanced at him to see if she could determine his motive. Nothing. "No, Papa, I have nothing to hide or to explain." "Then would you mind giving succour to your mother's nerves and my patience by allowing her to see it?" "Not at all." She stood and handed the paper to the woman responsible for her birth. How could they be related? Mrs. Bennet grabbed the note, a look of satisfaction on her face. Smoothing the paper, she held it close to her eyes. Then she pulled it closer.
What is this?"
she demanded to no one in particular.
"What foolishness is this?"
Thrusting the paper away, Lydia grabbed it and ran from Kitty's reach, holding the parchment high above her head. She was a tall girl, so Kitty would find it impossible to retrieve it. Oh, sisters! Jane attempted to stop them, to no avail. Looking up at the parchment, Lydia stopped in her tracks. "Because," she read aloud. "Because what?" asked Kitty. Mrs. Bennet waved her hand. "Because nothing, I imagine." All the females, including Jane and Mary, looked to Elizabeth. She raised her shoulders in a shrug. Standing, she snatched the parchment from Lydia after she had dropped her arms and folded it carefully. Her father enjoyed the study of characters. His raised eyebrow indicated his interest in this unusual happenstance. Without saying a word, he walked to his study, and she followed closely behind him. "Mr. Darcy? How could this be possible? I thought you hated him, Lizzie." Elizabeth understood his incredulity. She wished she could take back the many negative comments she had made about him after the fateful assembly at Meryton. Comments of derision and disdain for his pricking her vanity and pride. They had applied to the man she thought she knew then. They were exceedingly harsh for the qualities she knew he possessed now. "He loves me." "Has he offered for you, child?" She dipped her head and twisted her fingers together tightly. "He has." "So you are engaged? He will be coming to see me soon?" "No, Papa. I refused him." "Oh." Elizabeth looked into the warm eyes of the one man she had trusted beyond all others for the majority of her life. She saw pride in her decision to reject a great man's proposal. She also saw confusion. She needed to help her parent understand. "Papa, it was not until after Mr. Darcy and I argued, vehemently I might add, that I became aware of outstanding qualities he has possessed from the beginning of our acquaintance. Until then he kept them hidden. Oh, not from pride or arrogance, mind you. For protection, I believe." "You believe?" "Yes. You see, he has much to draw the eyes of fortune hunters, people who constantly attempt to use his fortune and his good name for their own advancement. Mr. Wickham was such a character." "Oh, the lieutenant has been banned from Longbourn, Lizzie. Your note and that of Mr. Darcy's gave enough proof that a subtle investigation among the merchants proved he was not honourable." "No, he is far from honourable." She was relieved to hear the news. "But Mr. Darcy is everything a gentleman should be. He diligently cares for those under his authority, and, Papa, he is witty and wise. He loves a laugh and enjoys books and being out of doors, and—" "You love him, then?" His voice was soft and slightly pained. "I know not." "Elizabeth Ann Bennet." She lifted her eyes to her father. He rarely used her full name. "Are you being dishonest with yourself? Is your heart attached to him, while your pride refuses to admit it?" The question stunned her, causing her to fall back into the padding of the overstuffed chair. I, she swallowed. "I asked him to keep away from Longbourn for the next month, so I can give consideration to whether or not his suit would be acceptable to me. He has a temper, and, as you are well aware, I have mine. We are two individuals of strong opinions, and I need to know if, because I would be mistress rather than the master, if he would continually insist on having his way. I cannot imagine being anything other than an involved partner in my home. If not, I would rather never marry. I do not want to start on a course I have no intention of finishing." "I see." "You do?" "Yes, my Lizzie. Pray understand This is the same dilemma every couple faces. Even amiable Mr. Bingley and our sweet Jane, should the circumstances arise, will need to make this same examination if they are wise. Mr. Bennet drew his daughter to his side, wrapping his arm across her shoulders. Think of the vows, Lizzie, for better or worse. Does not this imply that in every marriage there will be those occasions when a couple will be against one another? At her nod, he continued. Does it appear to be a bad thing to you? It does, she whispered. Well, it is not. His sharp tone brooked no argument. She was surprised at his firmness. How can that be? Overcoming difficulties and obstacles in a marriage strengthens the bond like nothing else could ever do, my daughter. Learning to work together, you become a force no person outside your marriage or event can bend or break. There is nothing so wonderful when you have confidence in your mate. But, Papa... Oh, you silly goose! Are you thinking your mamma and I are unlike my descriptions? For you would be wrong if you did so. How can it be? She had no right to ask something so personal, even of her father, but she had to know. Lizzie, the greatest obstacle in our marriage has been the entail on our home. The thought of losing it has long tormented your mother. Since I cannot do anything to change our circumstances, I allow her to express her concerns as often as she feels she needs to. Yet, we determined together, after the birth of Lydia, that, in spite of the eventual loss of Longbourn, there would be a standard for those whom we would accept as husbands for our daughters. You would not be married to any farmer Ted, or to a man who did not love you for the sake of protecting the future of your remaining family. Then why did Mamma desire me to marry Mr. Collins? Was it not to secure Longbourn? Mr. Bennet snickered. Oh, not at all. Everyone, with the exception of you, saw the way my cousin looked at you. He would have been fully devoted to your care. After seeing the way Mr. Collins cherished Charlotte, Elizabeth now knew it to be true. Papa, I have long been proud of my intelligence. Do I know anything? He hugged her tighter. You are figuring it out, my dear, just as you will figure out what to do about your young man in the next 30 days. Of this I have no doubt. What am I to do, Papa? He chuckled. Oh, I believe your heart already knows the answer, Lizzie. She sighed. Chapter 10. By the 10th day, Mr. Bingley and Jane were an engaged couple, while Elizabeth was beginning to fill a special compartment in her treasure box with small daily mementos from Mr. Darcy. She had pressed the daisies between paper in hopes of them lasting, but outlined them as a drawing just in case. The note and the flower were added to each day by a variety of imaginative gifts and a piece of paper with only one word written upon it. Day 1's because had become, because of you, my dearest, loveliest Elizabeth, I want to. She speculated long and hard as each note arrived by the time she sat down to break her fast. The two men must have left London at daybreak to greet her each morning as she returned from her stroll. I want to... what? I want to marry you? I want to become your husband? I want to join a circus and hang from the heights? She blew out her breath in frustration, wishing she had not devised such a plan. The token collection included the pretty paper wrapping from the chocolate delivered on day 2, a piece of yellow ribbon, a narcissus, an old button, a daffodil, a poem, a lovely sage-green scarf, and strawberries, of which she ate and then drew a picture. Only this morning there was no token along with the note. The treasure was tucked inside. A dark brown curl. She had stroked it and even held it up to her cheek in some sort of feminine ritual she would have guessed was below her. It was not. Her curiosity was piqued, and the daily delivery became the focal point of her whole existence. She had seriously underestimated Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy, so she needed to remain firm, vigilant. She laughed at herself. Her heart was melting rapidly as the man's affection filled every crevice. Never before had she felt the risk of falling deeply and irreversibly in love. By day 20, the note said, "Because of you, my dearest, loveliest Elizabeth, I want to be a better man. You are my heart. You are—" "I am what? Oh, I am a shrew for making him wait so long to know my feelings. Yet how can I tell him when doubts as to his ability to accept me as his partner continue to plague me?" In truth, Darcy was a great man, the most important man to have entered Meryton in her lifetime. His demeanour proclaimed his comfort with being in charge, even more so than Colonel Fitzwilliam or Colonel Forster of the militia. Would she bend to his rule? Ha! Never! Yet, had he ever indicated it was what he wanted from her? Even his actions at the Hunsford Inn, where he overruled her plans for London, had been for her protection and care. She knew that now. Therefore, in all honesty, she had to answer no. Sorting through the wooden box, she carefully laid out the tokens from day 11 up to the one which had arrived that morning, a lovely linen handkerchief with the letter D embroidered in the corner. A picture of a robin redbreast trying to capture an elusive worm, joined a piece of Belgium lace, a smooth flat stone similar to the one skipped across the water in the glen, a paper cutout of a red heart, a miniature version of a man's leather glove for the right hand, a drawing of a kitten, a beautifully written sonnet, a sash of deep green, and one pearl hairpin. Elizabeth fingered the glove and inherently knew it had been his, as had been the button. He would not have given her his sister's hairpin, as that would not have been sensible. She sucked in her breath. It was his mother's. Not only had he considered her favourite flowers from the glen at Rosings, along with a stone, so she would recapture the magic of the emotions the morning after the proposal. He was plying her with fragments of his life, so she would get to know him better. You are my heart. You are... He already was a far better man than she had thought him upon first acquaintance. Honesty begged her to remember he had always been this way. Her outlook and opinion was changing daily. The 1st of May had come and gone, and Elizabeth's notes were almost complete. To her calculation, there were only 4 left. Because of you, my dearest, loveliest Elizabeth, I want to be a better man. You are my heart, you are my soul, you are my love. What else could he possibly say? 4 days, 4 words. All day and most of the night she pondered his message and the man sending them. She sighed. Perhaps her father was correct. Her heart had already made her decision. Her doubt was shrinking to the size of a pea, and she wondered at her stubbornness. Why would she not capitulate? Why? On day 27, the tokens changed dramatically. Going from a map of Derbyshire, a drawing of a playful puppy, a lovely pale green shawl, a rose, a piece of blue glass, and a key, was a heavy tome discussing every military strategy known to mankind. Why would he send her such an item? Was it in reference to his military metaphor? She could only imagine it was so. The next day she received a piece of shot used by a pistol. Oh, what could he possibly mean? Her curiosity was at its highest, and she could ask no one. Only Mr. Darcy could explain his thinking, and because of her restrictions, he was not available. Mr. Bingley interrupted her contemplation. "Oh, I thought you would like to know, Miss Elizabeth. My friend Darcy will be arriving in 2 days. My hope is to have an engagement dinner for Jane and myself at Netherfield Park on the evening of his return to Hertfordshire. Since he will be standing up with me, I decided to wait until he was present for the celebration. When last in company, I understood you did not get on well with the gentleman. Oh, I hope you are able to overlook his manner and attend with comfort." "For a certainty. I will be pleased to celebrate your betrothal to my favourite sister." She smiled to herself. With the exception of her father, no one, not even Jane, knew who was sending the notes. Jane was easily distracted by the mere mention of her intended's name, and the other girls and her mother had immediately lost interest when they realized they did not get notes as well. Elizabeth greatly anticipated seeing Darcy again. Would he be proud of having stirred her to such heights of emotion? Pleased with himself for having played the game well? Or would he simply wonder if his efforts had been successful? She would have to wait to find out. Day 29 added a small shield from a child's army playset. It was gaudily adorned with gold and red paint, which had been rubbed off on the edges from hours and hours of activity. She smiled, looked up, and caught sight of herself in the mirror. She was unsurprised at the dreamy look in her eyes. Had William used this very piece against his cousin in the nursery? Never could Elizabeth recall sighing with such fervour. Finally, the last day arrived. Elizabeth had not been able to sleep the whole of the night before. The contents of the 29 notes went around and around and around in her mind. "Because of you, my dearest, loveliest Elizabeth, I want to be a better man. You are my heart, you are my soul, you are my love, you are my—" As she reflected on the past month, a tear found its way down her cheek. She loved him. She had no doubts of the contents of her heart. Yet that one small fear, though minuscule, was powerful. What would his note say today? Would it allay her concerns that he would always need to be in charge? How could that even be possible, with only one word remaining? Dressing with care, she placed all the tokens in her box, along with the 29 pieces of paper. Tucked underneath were the 4 letters he had written her in Kent. Closing the lid, she recognized that not even the crown jewels of England's rulers were as valuable as what her treasure case contained. Tenderly she ran her hand over the surface. Yes, better than diamonds. In the background of her thoughts, she became aware of Hill opening the front door. The 2 men were here. The final day, you are my. Without restraint, she skipped down the stairs, coming to a complete stop. It was not the soldier and the servant. Mr. Darcy, the handsomest man on the globe, the most wonderful, blessed sight she could possibly gaze upon, stood just inside the doorway, wearing his most solemn expression. In his right hand was the final piece to his puzzle. Elizabeth held her breath. Mrs. Hill left the entrance hall, leaving them alone, the 2 standing close, but seeming so far apart. "Miss Elizabeth." He bowed formally. "Mr. Darcy." She curtsied deeply. "Would you do me the honour of reading this, I pray you?" He handed her the note, keeping the token in his hand. "I will." She opened the note,
put her hands to her cheeks and sobbed. "Equal! You are my equal." Elizabeth closed her eyes, trying to stop the tears. The last morsel, her final concern, was gone, vanquished in one word. He had given her all his weapons. He had already conceded the victory to her, and she finally saw the last few days as they truly were. Her fears had been in vain. Reaching up so the tips of his fingers traced the path from the corner of her eye to her chin, he plainly stated, "I love you, Elizabeth, and I always will." "And I love you dearly, William." She melted into his arms, finally finding the peace which had been elusive for so long. As his lips met hers, or hers met his, she had no clue which, she knew there was no other place on earth she would rather be. Mr. Bennet cleared his throat for what must have been the third time before the couple separated. Nevertheless, they paid him no heed. Darcy knelt on his right knee. "Marry me?" "Yes," was her immediate response. The young man stood quickly and grabbed Elizabeth around the waist, swinging her in circles, wearing a smile so wide Mr. Bennet thought that Mr. Darcy's cheeks might burst. Mr. Bennet decided it was not the time to interfere, so stepped back inside his study. Darcy would come to see him soon enough. His Lizzie was getting a man worthy of her. He was pleased for his daughter, but suspected not nearly as pleased as she was at the moment. "Will you wear my final token? My mother wore this at her engagement to my father." Before she could agree, he slipped the sapphire ring on the third finger of her left hand. Elizabeth smiled at him, and his heart was full. "I believe I shall need to watch out for you, my dear man. You have proven that your ability to scheme against me is unparalleled." "Against you?" he scoffed. "I hardly think so. I schemed for you." "And I am grateful you did." The rest of the day was spent as young lovers do, making arrangements and decisions as to where and when the marriage would take place, and informing the others after gaining Mr. Bennet's permission and blessing. That evening, after dinner and entertainments at Netherfield Park, Darcy escorted his betrothed to the waiting carriage. "Soon you shall not be leaving me alone at the end of the evening." He wanted to sigh at the impending loss of her good company. "Shall you not tire of me, sir?" In the light of the moon he could see the twinkle in her eye, and his heart filled with joy. "Never." He brought her hand to his mouth and quickly kissed the back of it. "I believe we will get on well, William," she breathed to him quietly, so the others could not hear. "For a certainty we will. The Darcys will be reputed to be models of decorum, always doing what is correct." "Even Mrs. Darcy?" Her voice was filled with laughter. "Especially Mrs. Darcy." At that he pulled something from his pocket and dropped it into her own. When the fabric of her dress moved against the object, she heard the familiar sound of crinkling parchment. A letter. She smiled as she raised onto her toes and kissed him full on the lips. Unlike the first missive in the glen, she would not linger before reading it. Wishing the horses to run all the way to Longbourn so she could secrete herself in her room with a brightly lit candle, she reached into her pocket to feel the thickness of the letter, lifted it and weighed it in her hand. Yes, 4 pages. Her man was a creature of habit. Her man. Her joy. Her letter. Epilogue.
Miss Anne de Bourgh returned to Rosings Park a far different woman than when she had left.
"Where have you been, and who have you been with?"
Lady Catherine was no less livid than she had been earlier with Darcy. The colour of her face and the pointing of her finger spoke of her fierce determination to set things back to her desired order in her home. Having her daughter run off in her nephew's carriage with no concern for her had been a flagrant rebellion she would not tolerate.
"You are ending a sentence with a preposition, Mother. It is not done."
Anne breezed by Lady Catherine and walked up the stairs to her room, leaving the older woman sputtering ineffectually behind her. A week after her return, she drove her little phaeton about the park to enjoy the remaining glories of spring before summer's intense heat made the sojourn uncomfortable. Mr. Collins was tending his cucumber patch when on impulse she decided to stop. He was such a different sort of fellow from her two male cousins that her curiosity was stirred. Where Darcy and Richard were men of action and good sense, she wondered about the clergyman.
"Oh, Mr. Bourgh!"
He wiped his sweaty brow on the back of his sleeve.
"Are you well? Oh, you look well. Is Lady Catherine well? Oh, I imagine she is fine as well. Well—"
She interrupted him before he could say another well.
"Mr. Collins, I was wondering if I might obtain a small piece of information."
"Oh, certainly." Mr. Collins turned to face the parsonage, immediately demanding the presence of his wife.
"Charlotte! Charlotte! Mr. Bourgh has come. Hurry!"
Sedately, Mrs. Collins moved until she was at her husband's side. Her greeting was calm, and her welcome, well, it was welcoming.
"Mr. and Mrs. Collins, I'm wondering if you know of any needy children on the estate who might enjoy playing in the gardens and glens of Rosings Park."
"But your mother—" Mr. Collins was horrified on Lady Catherine's behalf. In Bible times, it was the habit of kings to extend a sceptre to notify a visitor if they would be allowed an audience. If not, the person attempting to gain access was put to death. Since his appointment as parson to the great lady, he had found himself frequently checking her hands to see if a jewel-encrusted wand was in her hands. She would not tolerate uninvited guests. Death or banishment often seemed a possibility, even for innocent children.
"In less than 11 months, I will be the mistress of the estate. My mother will be living in the Dowager House. Changes will be made to its running, its purpose, and its use."
"I applaud you, Mr. Bourgh." Charlotte Collins took a small step closer to her, a smile on her face. "Yes, there are many children and families who might enjoy a visit."
"Then I shall count on your help in seeing it done."
With a flick of the reins, she drove off, leaving the stunned couple behind her. Philanthropy did not come easily to Anne, quite unlike her ability to routinely ruffle her mother's feathers. Over the many years the younger woman served as mistress of Rosings Park, she never grew to tolerate children. Neither did her mother. They were noisy, messy, quick, and always seemed to be in her way. Nonetheless, children of every age adored Anne de Bourgh. Babies wanted to be held by her, where they would drool on her clothing and try to discover the dark secrets in her nostrils. Toddlers begged her attention to demonstrate new skills such as walking, running, and
"Look how much mud I can squeeze between my fingers."
Adolescents desired her attention as they shared their dreams and visions of their futures. Yet she was contented. Regularly she sparred with her aged mother over the management of the property. Nonetheless, Anne held a secret sort of pride in her accomplishments. 1 month after setting her plans into motion, Mrs. Collins informed Anne of a letter she had received from Elizabeth Bennet. She had accepted Darcy's offer, and the Collinses and Anne were invited to the wedding, which would be held at Longbourn Chapel 3 weeks hence. Anne immediately made plans to attend. However, she failed to consider the possible actions of her mother. Thus it was that Mr. and Mrs. Collins left for Hertfordshire without her. By then the contest between the two strong-willed women was fully developed, and, after a lengthy exchange of fiery darts at each other, Anne called for the carriage and set off for London. She arrived at Darcy House early on the morning following the wedding, and was appalled when neither Darcy nor Elizabeth were downstairs to greet her. Ah, inconsiderate newlyweds!
"Anne is downstairs, dear." Darcy had heard his cousin's complaints and demands all the way up the next floor, down the hallway, and through the master's bedchamber door. The servants had been commanded not to disturb the couple on their wedding night, which was as it should be. He could feel the puffs of Elizabeth's breath against his neck, and the movement of her lips when she smiled. Though it had been less than 24 hours, he loved married life. He adored his wife. Stretching his long legs until his feet hit the bottom of the bed, he turned on his side to face his bride. In truth, there was not a more exquisite woman in the kingdom. "My heart, are you prepared to greet your first guest as Mrs. Darcy?" he inquired. Elizabeth rolled her eyes at him and lifted the bedclothes. She gazed down to where his feet were entangled with hers. "I think not, my husband. My profound belief is that we have far better means of occupying our time on this day." He could only agree to the most intelligent, insightful woman of his acquaintance.
"What?"
Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam was stunned. Never had he been taken by surprise in such a way.
"What on earth could you mean by this?"
His father, Lord Matlock, stood in front of him, alongside his eldest son, Simon Fitzwilliam, the heir apparent to the earldom. At least, he had been such.
"Your brother has prepared an announcement renouncing his title." "Why, Simon?"
Richard looked to his brother. They had always gotten along, though they had little in common. Simon was a bookish sort, while Richard was all about action.
"I have the opportunity to use the funds left me by grandmother to travel to the continent to establish a missionary home to tend to the spiritual needs of those who have lost much during the war. I have no desire to marry and produce an heir or sit in the House of Lords. None at all." "But you love to argue."
Richard was vehement.
"No, Richard, you love to argue,"
was his brother's quick reply.
"Oh, he has you there, son."
Lord Matlock looked upon both his sons with affection.
"I have known since Simon's youth of the possibility of this taking place. Rich, you are a born commander of men, and know the ways of the world far more than even I. Change is coming, and this is one of them. You'll take it in stride, I have no doubt." "But to become the Viscount?"
The Colonel sat back in his chair and considered the implications.
Horror covered his face. "Oh, Lord in heavens! With Darcy married yesterday and off the marriage mart, you just placed a huge bullseye in the middle of my back." "Oh, you are correct, son. You'll need to marry fairly soon to start filling the nursery. As soon as you sell your commission, your mother will see to accepting as many invitations as possible before the season ends. I am certain there are still many accomplished ladies from which to choose. If you follow Darcy's example, you could have your own wife in the next few weeks."
Of the three men in the room, only Richard was privy to the length of time it had taken his cousin to find, court, and capture his bride. He rubbed his hands over his face, wondering how his life had come to this. Thinking back on his conversations about love and romance with Darcy, he reflected on the type of woman he would attract in this new position being thrust upon him. He sighed. 1 month later, Darcy and Elizabeth were happily ensconced in their sitting-room when they heard the pounding on the front door of Darcy House.
It could only be Lord Fitzwilliam, the next Earl of Matlock, Richard. The season was coming to a close, and the former colonel had found the unattached women to be more single-minded in their pursuit of matrimony with the Viscount than Napoleon was with conquering the British. As was often the case, Richard sought refuge in his cousin's study. "Oh, how did you stand it, Darcy?" Richard swallowed his second glass of brandy in short order. "Stand what, Rich?" "Oh, do not be dense in front of your wife, cousin. It makes you look bad." Elizabeth snickered at the men. Kissing her husband's cheek, she excused herself, but not before she added, "You poor gentleman, unable to handle the gentler sex. Oh, I cannot imagine." "Women!" Richard ran his fingers through his hair, making it stand on end. "Oh, they are everywhere. They smile their silly smiles, they laugh in titters, and blink their eyes at you so rapidly, I cannot tell if they are trying to wink, or if they have caught a fly in their eyelashes and need my assistance." Darcy smiled. All the years his cousin had teased him about being the target of scheming debutantes were being repaid exceedingly well. "Both father and mother are after me to select a female to wed." "Has not one caught your attention?" Richard dropped into a chair and put his head in his hands. "In truth, the only female I can tolerate is my horse or yours." He looked up at Darcy's cough. Oh, and Elizabeth, of course." Throwing himself back into the soft leather of the chair, he slid his feet out in front of him. "You would not consider giving her up, would you?" "My wife? Your horse." He completely missed the huge grin on his cousin's face. "How did you do it? How did you sort through the riffraff to find someone so precious, so valuable, so perfect for you, Darcy? You, the least capable man I know of, courting a woman without insulting her, have a treasure. Tell me the secret to your success." Fitzwilliam Darcy closed his eyes in memory, a small smile on his face. Elizabeth's joyous laughter flowed on the gentle breeze in the glen, bouncing off one tree to the next. The sun had glinted off her chocolate tresses, and her eyes had been alight with the joy of living. Water babbled over rocks in the brook, and butterflies flitted from flower to flower. Her dress was green. When he had made his presence known, the pleasure momentarily flickered from her face. By the time they had left the glen, her smile had returned, and she had the secret to his success in her front pocket. "A letter, Richard. I wrote her a letter." Miss Cordelia Rose Burning Smythe was the epitome of elegance, and the debutante most desired by Richard's mother for the next Countess of Matlock. Her thick raven hair and icy blue eyes had caught the former colonel's attention from his first glance. In fact, he had looked twice, or possibly 3 or more times. With that said, she had caught the attention of many other gentlemen of means and position as well, and he had simply refused to enter competition for a female. Had it been a race to claim a new filly, well, that would have been an entirely different matter altogether. He sighed to himself. The events at the ball the night before had been most unfortunate. Momentarily forgetting he was no longer with his boisterous band of horse soldiers, he had proclaimed his disinterest in the young woman with vigour. He refused to be grouped in with the pack of pansies currently in pursuit of the lady as a wife, and let it be known that he, Richard Fitzwilliam, found her barely tolerable. She had heard. Elizabeth Darcy had taken pains to visit Matlock House during the proper hours to call him to task. Miss Cordelia had, over the past few weeks, become one of her closest friends. According to his cousin's new wife, who did not hesitate to express her displeasure, the unmarried debutante was delightfully witty and genuinely cordial. "Though you do not want to hear it, Richard, you need to follow William's example in this, or you will never succeed with her." He was offended, or at least he pretended he was. Follow Darcy's example? Him? He was far better in society than his cousin.
My husband did much the same at our first meeting, opening his mouth and sticking his boot in before he gave any consideration he might have insulted his future wife. Elizabeth was gathering items from his desk drawer as if it was her study and not his, lining them in front of him like obedient soldiers. Come now, take your medicine. I promise it will only hurt for a bit, and then you will look to your future happiness. She smirked. You have no need to thank me. Richard shook his head briskly. What had happened here? When Elizabeth moved behind him to push his chair forward with him in it, he observed her purpose. In front of him was parchment, ink with the top opened, a sharpened quill, wax, and sand. Humph! He felt small. Staring at the blank paper in front of him, he sought any means to escape the task. Oh, this is highly improper, Elizabeth, and you know it to be so. She walked in front of his desk and stood with her arms crossed under her breast. He could hear the tapping of her slipper on the carpeting as she firmly pressed her lips together. He knew then she would be an immovable object. Right, Richard. Oh, my conduct was horrid and my words disparaging, he painfully admitted. He hated that he had embarrassed himself in front of the young lady, and wished more than anything his comments unsaid. Yet he also hated being backed into a corner with no seemingly way out. Oh, what good is a simple note going to do? Her lips started moving until her smile filled her face and her eyes sparkled with glee. What good, do you ask? Her arms dropped and her stance relaxed. Let me tell you about the power of a letter. This has been Love Letters from Mr. Darcy, a Pride and Prejudice novella, written by J. Dawn King, narrated by Jenny Meisberger. Copyright 2016 by Joy Dawn King. Production copyright 2016 by Quiet Mountain Press.